with the vouchers, I just have two quick questions that shouldn't take but a minute. All right.
So that's all 3.3.
Again, it's just the vouchers. Under the 3.3 financial report, it's just the voucher listing that I'd like to have removed, so I can ask Jim two quick questions.
All right. Without objection or request for the addition or removal of a specific item from the consent agenda for individual consideration, we will act on the following items with a single vote. Could we please consent to the July 24, 2025 regular meeting minutes, the July 24, 2025 closed meeting minutes, the July 2025 financial report, but for the information regarding vouchers, the synthetic turf recycling budget adjustment, and the 2024 annual comprehensive financial report.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Okay.
So now we just take 3.3, the voucher report.
Okay.
Oh, they haven't done it. Sorry.
Yeah.
Get ahead of myself.
So can we do a roll call vote regarding the consent agenda, please?
Sure. Commissioner Corley,
Yes.
Commissioner Rath. Yes. Commissioner Root,
Yes.
Commissioner Seaman, oh, he's absent, excuse me. Commissioner Tyson,
Yes.
Commissioner Kodo,
Yes.
Commissioner Gibson.
Yes.
Motion passes.
So as we move through tonight's agenda, I'd like to ask the commissioners to keep their comments to 3 minutes per item, with one opportunity to speak on each item. If there are matters that require additional follow-up from the staff and cannot be addressed immediately, those items may be tabled by a majority board vote to be addressed at a later time. We have a full agenda tonight, and it's important that we respect the time of our community staff and fellow commissioners while ensuring our discussions stay focused on board-level decisions that best serve our community. Tonight, we are going to have a presentation from the North Suburban Special Recreation Association. Could we ask Mr. Craig?
Madam Chair?
We need to take 3.3 vouchers.
Oh, sorry, do I have to add it back into the, so I add it back in? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, just before.
Sorry.
We can do it now or do it under unfinished business.
Okay. Let's do it under unfinished business.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Out of courtesy to our presenters.
Yes.
They don't have to wait.
Yes.
Okay.
So could we ask Mr. Colt to come and present to us, please?
Absolutely. Good evening. I don't usually speak at a podium, but I'll do my best. Hi, my name is Craig Culp. I'm the Executive Director at NSSRA, the Northern Suburban Special Recreation Association. We're the special recreation that's an extension of the Winnetka Park District and the 13 partner agencies, of which are 10 park districts, 2 cities, and 1 village of the North Shore. We are basically, you are us, we are you, and we are charged with providing recreational services to our residents in the 13 communities that have disabilities. And Shannon invited me out to give the board and the Park District just an update on NSSRA, where we are, the good summer we had, and for those of you that are new and not as familiar with us, kind of a little bit of background and tell you the good story that we had. So we have a brief presentation up here. So our mission, our vision, and our history. So mission of NSSRA is to enrich the lives of people with disabilities in our partner agencies through quality recreation services. And what I always like to focus on with our mission is our community, our partner communities. The 13 partners of NSSRA came together back in 1970 to make sure that their residents with disabilities have recreational opportunities at all times. We basically followed the model that special education cooperatives started in the 60s. And since there aren't enough individuals in one town to merit a standalone agency, NSSRA was created to make sure that those residents have recreational opportunities throughout the year. Vision is to be leaders in recreation by providing innovative and exceptional services for people with disabilities, and we really focus on the word leaders there. NSSRA was the first SRA ever in the world. We started this entire business back in 1977. In 1970, this is our 55th year, and we are the only state that has special recreation associations, believe it or not. So the park district programs in the state are second to none, and the special rec association programs, which are an extension of our park districts, are truly second to none anywhere. And our 13 partner agencies consist of, on the northern border, our northern border is the Lake Bluff Park District, and then our southern border is the Wilmette and Glenview Park District, and then basically all the park districts in between that. So right up the lakeshore all the way to Lake Bluff, and then out west, Glenview, Northbrook, Deerfield, Riverwoods, back up to the lake. That's our 13 partner agencies. Just got a little bit of background, structure, and bylaws. So obviously, the Americans with Disabilities Act is a law that we, you, and every public entity has to follow, but it specifically focuses kind of on our business. The Americans with Disabilities Act, which was passed in 1990, just generally speaking, it says any public entity that provides any type of service to the public has to make sure that they don't discriminate against anybody with a disability because of their disability, and has to provide any reasonable accommodation to make that service or access available to them. And then the 5/8 levy is specifically section 5-8 of the Park District Code, which says that any park district or municipality can partner with another park district or municipality to then provide joint recreation programs for people with disabilities in their communities. However, you have to be part of this consortium of a special rec association to access the 5/8 levy. And the 5/8 levy is a small portion of the park district tax that is directed to these services specifically for individuals with disabilities. So that's where the Winnetka Park District and our 12 other partners get the majority of their funding to support what NSSRA does. And that was put into place in 1969. In 1970, Winnetka and 10 other park districts started NSSRA, and we started with 11, we now have 13. And then our Articles of Agreement, being a partnership and extension of the park districts, the Articles of Agreement is the agreement between our 13 partner agencies and NSSRA for the provision of those services. Participation, this is Jane, one of our residents here in Winnetka, who's in our ELO program. You can see our trends there and the way that we report our participation. So 49 individuals signed up for a total of 165 programs in 2024. And the way that we count those, Jane's in our ELO program. Our ELO program runs Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. each day, 48 weeks a year. Jane's in that program, and that counts as Jane signing up for one program. If Jane also goes to a Cubs game and then is on our bocce team, the Cubs game would be one program, and then our bocce team, which would practice 14, 15 times in the season, would be one program. That's just how we do our reporting. And then the inclusion experience, which is our largest program that we offer amongst all of our partners, is fantastic because the key to NSSRA and choice and inclusion is choice. So if a resident in the Winnetka Park District wants to participate in the Winnetka Park District program rather than a segregated program at NSSRA, so let's just take summer camp for example, they have a choice. They can go to NSSRA's program that is exclusively for individuals with disabilities, or they can go to the school right across the street here, and be part of the Winnetka Park District summer camp program. And if they have a disability and need some type of accommodation or support, NSSRA, working with Shannon's team, we assess the situation and then we provide whatever reasonable accommodation is necessary. And our most common accommodation is to hire what we call a leisure aide. So it's an individual who will go through camp with that individual, or sometimes it'll be 2 or 3 individuals in the camp with a disability, and they will be an extra set of senses or support for that individual. And if that camper's having a great day, awesome. We work together. Our inclusion aide wears a Winnetka Park District shirt, so there is no delineation as to who's what or whatever. But if Billy has a disability in the program and I'm working with him as an aide, if Billy needs a little bit of extra direction, has some questions, or anything comes up, my first job is to hang out with Billy and be like, and ask, what's going on? How can I help you? How can I make your, time here the best? And that relationship grows. And that's what we do for the entire summer camp. And if Billy, we're playing kickball and it's his favorite thing, or playing football, like all these kids out here, it's his favorite thing, and he's doing great, then I'm just part of the team, and I might set up snack. I might be, pitching kickball or anything like that. Until Billy needs some additional help, I jump in and do that. And we hired just under 200 individuals to do that just this summer, if you can believe that. So that's our inclusion experience. Budget-wise, we're basically supported on 2 different levels. The MAC, which is a member agency contribution, which you can see its progression here over the last 3 years. And then the inclusion contribution. So those inclusion services that I just described, the out-of-pocket cost, which is a inclusion aid's salary or hourly wage, and FICA is billed back to each partner agency. So that number can vary a lot, though the last 3 years has been pretty consistent. But if a family with an individual with a disability moves in and they sign up for preschool and are there every single day for the entire year for 5 hours a day, that can have a definite financial impact. So that's our trending over the last 3 years there. Moving on to our foundation. It's an amazing foundation, so supportive of us. Created in 1997, and since 1997, they've provided over $3.5 million in support for scholarships. All of our vehicles, if you ever see our vehicles driving around town, they buy all of those for us. Our special events like our summer bash that happened a week and a half ago, and they also help us with program support, especially when we start something new. To the tune of $3.5 million in those 27 years. And then 3 years ago, when we opened our new facility in Highland Park, they ran a capital campaign. They ended up providing $4 million in funding for that building, including $600,000 directly from them for the purchase of the building or towards the purchase of the building and running that capital campaign. So they've supported us at a level of over $7 million in the last 27 years, which is just amazing. In addition to that, when we opened our new building, there's 16,000 square feet of programming space at the building in NSSRA, and they committed to the capital upkeep of that building through perpetuity. So on an average, on a 10-year rolling average, they provide approximately $250,000 in support a year to NSSRA for everything listed there. Our vehicles, our scholarships, our special events, program support, and the upkeep of our programming space at NSSRA, which is fantastic because those are dollars that we do not have to go back to our taxpayers and our partner agencies for that support. Their motto is basically, NSSRA does a great job, and we want to make what they do great, excellent. And they do a really great job at that. They're wonderful partners. We have our annual swing golf outing, which will be coming back to Winnetka in 2 years. That's one of their biggest fundraisers. So we have 7 partners that have a golf course amongst our partnership, and it rotates between each golf course every year. So this year, on September 26th, we're up in Lake Bluff. We're already sold out. We sell out basically in about a week and a half every year. We're very fortunate with that, and have a great time out there golfing. These are 3 of our Special Olympic golfers who are highlighted and actually hit the tee ball for each group on 1 hole, and it doesn't cost a stroke. And they're kind of the stars of our event each year, and will be again this year in Lake Bluff. So that's a brief presentation, hopefully a nice overview, and I'd be happy to take any questions that anybody has. You gonna let me off easy? Okay, there we go.
What is the favorite program or event that happens within the Winnetka Park District?
Oh, in the Winnetka Park District?
Mhm.
Oh, by far, our Gator tennis team has been here at Nielsen. I've been here for 17 years, and it was here, I think, for at least 17 years before I got here. So our tennis program, it was basically born, started, and lives here, which is absolutely fantastic. We have some inclusion that's happening in skating, and then Elisa and her team, every single summer, depending on how the summer is going, we work together in between 4 and 40 inclusion placements, depending on what's going on. But I'd say number one is definitely tennis, for sure. You know, Pat Fergazzi has coached countless numbers of and our Special Olympic team is the Gators. You know, so we have 14 Special Olympic sports. We have 23 teams, because we have 4 softball teams, 3 basketball teams, 4 volleyball teams, et cetera. But 14 sports, 23 teams, and our tennis, this is our home right here.
Great.
So, yeah.
Thank you for all you do.
Oh, absolutely, it's my pleasure. Thank you for the partnership and being one of our founding partners. I mean, 55 years of this, we have a lot to be proud of, I think.
Right, it's amazing. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Have a great night.
Thank you. Thank you, Craig.
The next item for us is a presentation by Executive Director Nizal regarding the 2026 to 2030 staffing plan.
President Gibson, if you'd like, I can defer until after 3.3 to get that out of the way, if you want to do that.
Okay, all right, we can do that.
Since I'll be here all night.
God willing. Yes, so, all right, we'll see, Mr. Crocker here is at it. May I have a motion to add back into the agenda section? Pardon me? Bullet point 4 and section 3.3 regarding vouchers?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Do we have to do a roll call on that?
It's on the agenda already.
Okay, all right, great.
Commissioner Root, may I answer your questions?
Yeah, just 2. One, it always amazes me how many members of our public actually go through and look at our voucher listing. And I had 4 calls from members of the public on the Ansel Glink invoice because it said the $15,000 through December. And I know it's a typo, but for purposes of those residents who are listening to this evening, can you confirm for me that that was simply a typo and it was for the month of July?
I can confirm for you that it was for the month of July. It is not technically a typo. We've instituted a new process where we're putting in blanket purchase orders for recurring expenses that we are incurring. And that purchase order is through the end of the year. This is a partial payment on that blanket order for the month of July. So it was just the July invoice, but the documentation states through December because it's a blanket purchase order.
So the public will see this on a recurring basis?
Yeah, so every month they'll see Ansel Clink and it will say through December. It's just that month's installment on the annual purchase order.
Well, whether that installment is the individual monthly invoice. Yeah, right. Okay, thank you for that. And then my second question is there have been questions on, I think it was $143,000 that was transferred from the Park District into the foundation, dealing with the lottery and I think cage rental. And can you explain why that is occurring?
Yes, it was actually $103,000, not $143,000. For the past several years, we've been conducting a lottery auction for slots at the boat launch. We've been keeping the proceeds of those auctions in a deferred revenue account. Our auditors suggested we transfer that, transfer's the wrong word, suggested we move that to the foundation where it belongs. So that $103,000 expense is simply emptying out that deferred revenue and putting it to the foundation where it belongs. And going forward, we are taking the Park District out of the equation and the auction proceeds will go directly to the foundation. So this is a one-time movement of resources that you won't see again.
Thank you. And our residents who had questions, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Should we approve the, okay. May I have a motion to approve the vouchers per the agenda item?
So moved.
Second.
Do we roll call vote? Yeah. Roll call
Oh,
vote.
sure. I'm sorry, who seconded that?
Christina.
Oh, thank you, Christina. Okay, Commissioner Rapp?
Yes.
Commissioner Root?
Yes.
Commissioner Tyson?
Yes.
Commissioner Kodo?
Yes.
Commissioner Corley?
Yes.
And Commissioner Gibson.
Yes.
Motion passes.
We're now moving to Executive Director Nizal.
I'm gonna be like everybody else with a podium.
Oh, I laid it where? Okay, so I wanted to, with the Winnetka Park District Staffing Plan, so this is an internal staff document as we have the responsibility of maintaining operations and staffing of the park district. So just as a initial disclaimer, the staffing plan is not an approved or approvable by the board document. It's internal for staff purposes. And the idea behind this is to give the board more insight and the public more insight on the hows and the whys we get to certain things when it comes to the budget process. And it also gives us the ability to talk about those things beforehand, before it's in the budget itself, so we can have those discussions and have those conversations. So based on a lot of information that we got from the comprehensive master plan and some of the things that we have seen in the last 2 years or so, there are a number of strategic drivers for looking at staffing expansion through the park district and going into the future. So advancing shoreline and capital projects, improving procurement and fiscal accountability, enhancing technology integration and efficiency, supporting environmental policy and sustainability goals, and then laying the foundation for our strategic plan and accreditation. These are all things that came up within our comprehensive master plan that the public, our community, has let us know that is very important to the community. So in looking at those efforts, it is our goal to make sure that we're meeting those expectations of the community. So this is just a service level of what we currently do. We have our parks and maintenance area, we have our recreation and facilities area, as well as administration. So this is up on the agenda, so I'm not gonna go through it line by line, but this is basically what we currently do, which is a lot for our small staff. So then we come to the comprehensive master plan. While we're still in the process of getting that finalized, and we should be coming back to the board with that very shortly, we've been working with our consultant Barry Dunn on the design of that. We have the first draft, so we're working through some things on that, making sure the pictures are good. We don't have too many pictures of one area, not enough pictures of another area, that sort of thing. So we're working through that. But based on what the board talked about at the last meeting that we discussed the comprehensive master plan, these were the focused areas that the board and the community would like us to look at within the next 10-year period. That's also a lot for our small staff. So then we look at, what is this staffing plan? I look at it similar to a long-range plan, a capital plan, but a human capital plan. This is a phased approach to get to the point of what our community is looking for us to provide as far as services and quality of those services that the community is receiving. So I want to focus mostly on fiscal year 26, which is the immediate point of what we would be looking at putting in the budget for fiscal year 26, which the board will start seeing in October, when we come with the long-range plan and that budget process, when we start going into 2-a-month meetings to discuss budget. So that's what primarily we're going to focus on, is that fiscal year 26. The other years, again, are for planning purposes. And when we look at things out in FY30, where we have a to be determined, so we have a comprehensive master plan and upcoming strategic plan that are going to give us a lot of things to do over the next few years, and being able to look at in the future what that's going to look like. So we don't know what that's going to look like yet, but going out that far and seeing where our strategic plan takes us on the different plans we need to do, the feasibility studies we need to do, the master plans we need to do, and where that takes us in those out years. So those, just like a long-range plan, long-range capital plan, will fill in as we get down the line. So most specifically, again, for fiscal year 26, I will clarify, so FT would be full-time, S is seasonal, and then P is part-time. And then you look at these numbers over here, G5, G4, G6, those are grades, potential grades that these positions would be at on our pay scale. So systems analyst, and we'll go to the next slide. For fiscal year 26, the proposed new positions. So again, I'm not going to read through the whole thing, but for fiscal year 26, purchasing specialist, that we are looking at potentially a grade 4. The mid-rate for that position is this amount right here. Then we also have to look at those benefit costs, which include IMRF, it includes medical, it includes FICA, it includes all the things that we have to pay for employees, to not just their salary, but the benefits that they are provided as well. So you'll see differences between the different positions, and that's because some positions are, their benefits for IMRF or FICA are based on their salary, it's a percentage of that, and there are some benefit costs that are static, like medical and those types of things. So that's where we get to these full costs for these positions. So while the salary is here, the benefit cost is about here, and that's where we equal out. So that's a true picture of what it's going to cost, not just a salary for those positions. Purchasing specialist, so this position would assist us with all of our purchasing and contracting needs, where we have 2 staff currently that handle all of our financial stuff. So this position, in looking at us needing to be able to look at more reporting, being able to look at monitoring vendor data, templating our contract terms to make sure that everything is apples to apples. They're able to make sure we have that information on a regular basis, whether it's an organization's insurance information or their tax information, all of that stuff, so we're able to keep better track of that. So our team, like Jim and Andy, can focus on some of the bigger picture things. So, you know, we have Jim working on the budget and everything right now, which is a big undertaking, as well as the audit. This gives us a little bit of assistance by centralizing and standardizing some of our procurement procedures, which we already had started this year by re-looking at our procedures for requisitions and purchase orders. Systems analyst, so it was a comment that came up quite a few times in our comprehensive master plan public outreach and the input that was provided back, as well as from our own staff team in some of those comments in regards to ease of registration, use of the website, and then the services that we're getting as far as our tech services. Are we keeping up on all the latest and greatest when it comes to cybersecurity, the servers that we use, and any trends to make sure that we are doing what we need to do when we're purchasing software, that it meets all of the requirements we need to keep track of as a public entity, to make sure that the Park District is safe and keeping the information that we should be keeping, and that it's better kept track of. And that we're also providing a good service to the community in the registration software that they use, the reporting. We really want to get, we noticed in the comprehensive master plan that there were some reporting items that we could do a better job at, And this is something that will help us get there. So we currently have a contract with an IT firm that assists on the level of server maintenance and basic tech support and a lot of those things. This is not replacing that contract with a IT provider. This would be, we currently have a position right now that does a lot of work, probably about 30% of their position is solely for IT services. We have another position that a lot of work is done with our registration software. This is going to be able to get us to a point of, are we using the correct registration software? Are we using the correct host for our website, and being able to look through all of those things? Next items we have on here, so park planner. This position right now would likely for 26 likely only be half of the year of the position. So the dollar amount that you see right here, that would be based on a full year, but likely for 2026 it would likely only be a partial year for that position. So with a lot of our long-term planning and development efforts in the Park District, we have seen that there is a lot of, especially with the comprehensive master plan, there is a great deal of planning and feasibility and master planning and studies that look like they are up and coming. And that's a lot more than what our current staff can handle. And in order to provide the community and our staff the best opportunity for success, looking at a position that is able to cover a lot of these planning documents, make sure that we are meeting all regulatory requirements, assisting in ADA transition planning, monitor zoning regulations and laws that may impact us as a community and as a park district, things that may change in park district code or state law, to look at all of those things and be that that expert for us in that realm. Environmental stewardship manager. So this position is something that came up when there was a lot of discussion from the comprehensive master plan about doing a sustainability plan. Understanding that that is a what seems to be a priority of the community to accomplish for the park district, having someone that can be the owner, for lack of a better term, for that plan is something that can get us across that goal line. Whether it's starting out to help us develop that sustainability plan and then implement. And that would be anything from integrating best practices, assisting with the operation of pilot programs, that sort of thing, to make sure that we are adhering to whatever that sustainability plan would direct us as a park district to accomplish. So now the total dollar amount. So when you get into the out years, it gets a little much, but it's kind of the reason for having a phased approach over time to look at how do we take smaller bites of the apple to get to a point of where we can meet the needs of the community for all of these services and all of these opportunities that are important to the Winnetka Park District community. So for FY26, again, I'll focus primarily on that. So this number of 461, that includes those four positions that were mentioned previously, but also note that that park planner position is likely part year. Also note with the asterisk there is that $196,977.64 is offset by a reorganization of positions that are currently in the budget that are vacant, or we assume will be vacant when these positions will come to fruition. And again, for our planning purposes, the years FY27 through 30 include benefit costs for an average of 35% for full-time staff and 10% for hourly and seasonal. And these dollars are at the proposed fiscal year 26 pay scale at mid-range. So that is something that we'll talk about later in the meeting. So just for planning purposes, those are where the numbers come from for this presentation. So I talked a little bit about those reorganizations. And just for clarification, I want to make sure that we understand how this kind of works on here. So marketing assistant is something that is currently in our budget at this rate, $59,801 plus the benefit cost for a total budgeted amount of $77,742 and some change. That is what's current right now. That would be reorganized into the purchasing specialist position at the new rate, potentially at that FY26 proposed pay scale at the mid-range with that benefit cost for that total. So that's how this works here. Again, recreation supervisor, it is a position that already exists in our budget that is vacant, along with marketing assistant that's also vacant currently. That would be reorganized into systems analyst. You have your old rate of what's currently budgeted, and then our new rate, which would be what the new cost would be for that position. And then for the park planner right now, we have a landscape architect position that is part-time, and that would be reorganized into a park planner position once that position is vacant. As it's a part-time position, the current rate is a lot less than some of the others because it is a part-time position, and then the new position would be at that, again, fiscal year 26 proposed rate in the mid-range with that total cost there. So I'll go back one so you can kind of see again that that goes into that, those old costs cover that almost $200,000 of offset from this. So that brings us down into the 300s. I believe off the top of my head it's about 368. Yes.
And then if you adjust for that part-time, the part-time, the half.
The half year, that
And
would
the
bring it down
offset.
to about 318.
I got 289, 147, just so you know. So it's lower, a lot lower.
Yeah. So all of that said, again, to summarize, all of these positions and the planning going forward is to support that strategic growth of the park district based on what we've heard from the draft comprehensive master plan and the public comments and public engagement that occurred during that process as what was most important to this community to cover and make sure that their park district is providing for them. So it strengthens our internal capacity, it reduces our reliance on some external consultants, especially in the park planning side of things, and then it positions us to deliver high quality and transparent services. And with that, I'll answer any questions you have.
Are there grants available for any of these positions, specifically the sustainability position?
Highly doubtful. Usually grants are more for capital rather than operating. I would say that a lot of grant opportunities specifically say they can't be used for administrative purposes.
And then the second question would be, are there savings that you would realize from services, a purchasing specialist that you anticipate, or a parks planner that you would?
Could you speak louder, please?
Sorry,
It
are
doesn't
there
matter.
savings? Yes, true. Are there savings you would realize from a purchasing manager that you anticipate?
Potentially.
Yes.
So while looking at efficiencies of pulling reports, the time it takes for us to gather information now, some of the things that we're doing right now are currently still on paper. We would like to shift that to not be and be able to have better reporting. We can get information on a more timely basis, and that also, not just the purchasing position, but also with the systems analyst position, while it doesn't change any potential IT contractor, and I'm just going to say IT contractor because that's neither here or there on who our IT contractor is, but the position itself would be able to look at not only the dollar savings, but the time and frustration savings of the community. So looking at what do we do on the website that is a pain point for the community? What do we do with our registration software that is a pain point from the community, and how do we fix that? And by doing how to make it easier for folks to register for things. And looking at those types of efficiencies, they can increase registration for folks that are registering online for different things, because it's going to be easier for them to do rather than get frustrated and say, okay, well, I'm going to go over to XYZ organization and sign up there because that's easier. So it might give us that additional customer service to our community to provide a system that is more user-friendly and more staff user-friendly too, which is also a big help in efficiency purposes. So we're not looking at, okay, well, how do we find that information that we know we have? How do we have it? And with a lot of the reporting that we do with some of our current providers, it's very custom, the type of things that we are asking our softwares to provide us. So sometimes that takes a little bit more time to be able to gather that information or get the data that we need to be able to provide us more insight on whether or not something is working for the community or not, which is also a big thing that we want to make sure that we're providing the programs that the community is looking for most often, or they need more space in. And that also provides, with the systems analyst position, that is able to take that IT requirement from the position that it's currently in to allow that recreation position to do more on the recreation side, and what we're able to expand from that component too. So that gives us, in an interesting way, more services on the recreation side. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, totally. Thank you very much.
Of course.
With respect to the environmental stewardship manager, I was somewhat confused to see it in 2026, seeing that we haven't even started looking at sustainability. And I wondered why you were thinking it was necessary for 26. And then secondly, seeing that our village is also just starting to look at a sustainability plan, looking at the village of Wilmette and the Wilmette Park District, it appears that they're actually sharing that position. And I wondered if we might even consider that, and again, why for 26 instead of pushing it back some?
Sure, absolutely. So my thought on that was, when we get through the comprehensive master plan this fiscal year and we have the insight on our strategic plan to then say, okay, well, we know we're going to look at building a sustainability plan, it would be lovely to be able to have an individual that could lead that process that was going to live that sustainability plan from development to implementation. As far as the village's position, I can't speak for the village on if they're willing to share. So I can't consider that in my evaluation at this point. because they have hired somebody as a full-time position to handle all of the things that they need to handle from their perspective. And I don't know that splitting that position that they have already determined is full-time for what the village needs is going to serve the park district. But as far as and I'll go back to so as far as the summary of need on where things fall in the grand scheme of things, from the priority perspective, to us as staff looking at systems analyst, purchasing specialist, and park planner, those were absolutely mentioned in the comprehensive master plan as being the most important. When adding the environmental stewardship manager, that was my thought on all the commentary on sustainability planning and seeing how it was very important to the community in that public comment as we were going through the end of the comprehensive master planning process, to add that in.
May I ask one other question?
Of course.
With respect to the park planner, do you think perhaps an acumen with grant writing might be also part of a park planner's?
I would love to take anyone that has grant writing experience. So I don't think that's something that is unique to that particular position or individual. We do have out in 28 and in a potential position of a volunteer and grants coordinator that would be the one looking for all of the things and reaching out to everybody, all staff in the district about, hey, I found an opportunity for this. I found an opportunity for this. I found an opportunity for this. And that would help get staff through the grant writing process and anything that has to come before the board and the contracting of grants and those types of things. A lot of grants are very time consuming. They are great for the dollar amounts, but sometimes you have to gauge whether the juice is worth the squeeze. And for the staff that we currently have right now, when we see something come up that we can accomplish, I know a couple commissioners who are a part of our walking program, which was a grant that we got through NRPA. And so that was something that we were able to do, which was wonderful, an extra program that we were able to provide to the community, which was great. And we have had experience with state programs, with federal programs. They are very, very time consuming. So yes, a long-winded answer of yes, it could be something that individual works on for those particular plans. So if there's a grant available to do a sustainability plan, that would probably be on their docket. Of course.
So I have a few questions. I actually share Commissioner Root's concerns about maybe it being a little premature to have an environmental stewardship manager. I did notice that under the park planner's responsibilities, sustainability is mentioned, though I think that park planner has plenty of things on their plate already. So I'm not really sure, but until we have moved further into sustainability plan, it seems like it's a little premature. Is there a position in 27 that you think could be more timely in 26, or is there, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, as far as the way that we have it I would love to have everything now.
I know.
So, but I understand that that's not feasible. Looking at it, I mean, doing it in a phased approach is the most fiscally responsible way to go about it. So if we're looking at, say, the environmental stewardship manager and saying that that's something that is more appropriate once a sustainability plan is completed, and move that out a year or two, depending on how long that process takes, then looking at something like a lead park ranger, I think would be extremely important, especially with items that we're looking at with the new turf field gonna be coming out here, and making sure that we have enough coverage to make sure that our new turf is gonna stay nice, and that we have additional assistance for folks in our facilities that need that extra assistance, and that we have a full-time person on staff that we can count on for that. That will work with our part-time staff to do that type of work. So other than that, with our lifeguards and beach attendants, I mean, we never have enough.
Right.
And so that's always going to be something that is very important, especially as we next summer have Elder online for swimming. That's something that we've already looked at in the budget as well, so.
So would the lead park ranger be sort of an umbrella over the beaches, the fields, the facilities? I mean,
The idea behind that, and because I was just focusing on 26, I don't have the full
okay.
output on here on that, but it's something that we could look at if that's something that is more important for us to get taken care of in 26, that we can add that into the budget for 26. It is actually, it's actually what we propose as a grade 5, so it would be a little less costly than a grade 6. So that's definitely something to look at, but I would also say possibly getting somebody on staff as a lead park ranger, and then later on in the year being able to look at additional part-time park rangers to assist that individual as well, once we get into like summer season, that sort of thing.
Is there, can I ask one more question on park ranger? Is there a seasonality to lead park ranger?
No, that would be full-time.
Okay. It says
Is park ranger a law enforcement position?
No.
Okay,
No.
sorry, that's what I call park ranger,
Okay.
sorry.
No, they will not be deputized, not a deputized park ranger.
Can I also ask a question on systems analyst?
Yes.
Will that person actually oversee website development, or will we have to separately hire an organization on the website development? Because that was a huge comment. We had tons of comments about
Sure.
the website being a little clunky.
Sure. So right now, the website, we have like a hosting service. So our website is hosted, and then individual staff do the updates.
Right.
Adding things to the pages, adding links, adding information, changing information, that sort of thing. If we are to look at a website redesign or go with a different host company, that would be an additional one-time cost to do that design. I don't expect this individual to be, the website designer
Right,
and
right.
the, IT specialist and the.
But they'll
so-
be able to identify that.
Absolutely,
Okay.
yeah. Any other questions? Go ahead.
Just a quick one, if you go back to the slide with the costs,
Costs.
yeah, there's probably a few of it.
This
Yeah,
one?
right there.
Okay.
So I should probably know the answer to this, but Fund 1 versus Fund 10?
Oh, yep, my bad. So Fund 1 is our corporate account, so that is general administration. When you get into the other one, so Fund 10, that would be recreation, and we don't have any in these, but those are our other enterprise.
Golf tennis, ice tennis.
Ice tennis, yeah.
Thank you.
But Fund 1 is administration.
That's it?
Commissioner Rath?
Thank you for all the work in pulling this together. I'm not sure this is working. Can you hear? Is that better?
Yeah.
It's turned on. Thank you to staff for all the work in pulling this plan together. It definitely reflects a lot of thought and attention to detail. I just wanted to echo the desire that I have to see the park district, engaging in some conversations with the village about the sustainability position. I mean, the Wilmette work was fabulous. They have the plan, they have their goal tracking. They've completed 16% of their goals already in a short time. And I feel like as a park district, we do a pretty excellent job on sustainability with our staff. We have the dark sky compliant lighting coming in for tennis. We do a decent amount of native plantings. So I feel like we have the electric golf carts. I feel like we have a lot of
We have our
wins.
own nursery.
Yeah, no. I mean, I feel like we have a lot of wins
Yes.
to build on because our staff are conscientious, and I just would really like to see some dialogue with the village just to understand what's possible, because I think that for power and electric, we have got to be one of their largest customers, and we should be engaging. I think they would be eager to engage in some discussion with us. So I know presidents are speaking, maybe that's a better path, a more comfortable path to potentially broach that. But I definitely feel like as a community, I'm thinking if Wilmette is supporting one position for their village and their park district, and we are significantly smaller than Wilmette, that perhaps there is some opportunity there that we should definitely tap as we move forward. And it may end up that we need our own full-time person, but I definitely feel like it would be beneficial to have those conversations. The other thought that I had just listening to this is, I mean, for the park planner, I mean, that is a very critical position. I know that we have staff in those departments who are working very, very hard. I know that we have a very tenured and experienced person who is retiring and who is part-time for a dwindling number of hours. And I guess my question is, does it make sense to hire that position sooner at the start of the year so that that person can benefit from the expertise and institutional knowledge of the person who is part-time, while also hopefully providing some relief to the staff who are working very hard to cover a lot of projects. So it's just a question to consider. I don't need certainly a response
Yeah,
immediately.
and that's
but
why
that-
we have the full amount there.
Yeah.
So just for consideration in that particular process, being able to provide all options. So here is the full year of what it would cost, because again, I want to be transparent. I want to let everyone know what it could be, but then also know that we have some offset there from that position. And there is the capability, if we want to wait until June or whatever for that position to come online, that's something that would work for us too. But yeah, of course, anytime that we're able to get somebody in a seat and, well, finding a seat for them first, but getting somebody into a seat that can learn from that institutional knowledge is always helpful. I appreciate that comment. Thank you.
Do we have any other questions? Thank you.
Hold on, I have another question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just procedurally, so you're getting feedback from the board that you will ponder and contemplate. And
I will ponder.
and see how the overall budget shakes down, and then will we get feedback on what staff is, proposing to move ahead with through the budget process, or should we be looking to
Yes.
the approving? Okay, so
Yes.
that's when we will have the approval per se, is through the budget.
Yes, the approval of any staffing or any funding for staffing positions will be through the budget process. And then noting from the comments here, I think it's, from my view, looking at the environmental stewardship manager, moving that to 27, and then putting our park ranger position over in 26 seems like something that the board might be supportive of as we get to the budget. And I'm not asking for support of it now, because that's something that the board would approve funding for in the budget process. But that being said, that's what we can prepare for to be placed in the staff recommended budget.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Good to go? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Executive Director Nizal. We're moving to section 5 of the Yes, we're moving to section 5 of unfinished business. Section 5.1, we're going to have an update from Mr. Costa Catulas regarding the Elder Lane and Centennial Park and Beach project.
Thank you, Elise. This evening, as it's kind of shown in the attached memo, a few updates in regards to Elder-Centennial. Of course, you'll see later in as another agenda item, 5.2, the next one on the docket here. We'll discuss a little bit more about the pause that our staff was directed to complete back in June, and where that we've come through that phase, and I'll give you an update at that time in regards to the permit process. As it relates to our cleanup efforts and our ongoing collaboration with the Village of Winnetka, the cleanup of Elder-Centennial has now been complete as it relates to the scope of work that was approved by this board for the Park District. This piece of construction has completed the cleanup at both sites. To Susie's point earlier on, the community is definitely thankful for that, especially after you take a look and see how much debris came out of the site. Taylor, you mind if I ask you to pick up and pull up that last bullet point? Taylor will pull up some images that were attached in the memo as well. That'll give you a little bit better scale of some of the debris that was removed from that site. Yep, that one. So on the left-hand side of the screen in the upper left picture here, you'll see material that was sourced and pulled out from the Elder Lane site. A debris of stone and concrete, as well as different metal. We found a couple of metal barrels that were out there, and some tires and some other debris that kind of course, makes its way up there. It just washes up over the years. And then here on the right, you'll see an image of Centennial Park. This is near the southern edge. This is just one portion of the debris that was lining the entire shoreline. There was these, what appears to be old pier sections that would make up I'll say a Lincoln log kind of effect, where they would stack units on top of themselves and interlock to build structures. We can only speculate that these were from previous projects and developments that were there, potentially the hospital once upon a time, but those just some of the imagery. Scroll down a little bit. Once again, you'll see here on the right side, these are kind of like the foundations. These are the same type of foundations that are actually the bottom supports of the Elder Lane Pier, as well as these pieces here, which are duct bank for electrical ducts that was debris that was left into the lake. So once again, some more imagery of that. Another pile of debris that was pulled out from Centennial on the left there. And as you scroll a little bit further down, you'll see here, again, more of the pieces that were removed from Elder. I will note that some of this debris is duplicated. In the efforts to remove the end of the pier, the contractor had, because of the depth of the water being about 6 feet at the end of the pier, had to build a causeway out, if you will, to basically drive their machine out there. So they were able to repurpose that material, use that to build their basically elevated road into the lake to support the equipment to complete the removal of the end of the pier. And then the wooden posts or pilings that are located here on the left side of the screen, those were the ones on the northern side of Centennial Beach. So we're pleased to report that anything that we saw with the Clear Lake views and looking through our drone imagery has been removed. We have found a couple little smaller pieces that have since washed up again. We pulled out 2 more sections of piping from Elder. There was another tire that washed up, so we're trying to stay on top of those things that, once again, just with the nature of the lake and the amount of debris that's in Lake Michigan, sometimes they come up, they wash up on shore. But that's just a little imagery of what that is and what was cleaned out of the lake. Also, just like to note that as we continue on with the direction from the park board for our Centennial dog beach, for our temporary dog beach fencing at Centennial, we continue on through that process. The the Army Corps did close their public comment back on August 18th. Public comment was received from the Corps earlier this week. Staff has begun to review that information and is going to start preparing responses to those comments as well. We'll submit those along with the comments received from the IDNR here shortly. And then once those are received, if there's additional questions or concerns from either agency, we'll follow up with those directly. And then we would anticipate roughly about 60 days to hear a response from those agencies in regards to their findings as far as our replies and the overall request for the permit. At this point, that's all I have for the Elder-Centennial update. I will just note real quick the financials, as the board has asked for the running total. The current combined financials for Elder-Centennial thus far this year did increase approximately, we'll say $5,600 due to one Lakota invoice that was from June to July 31st, and then the Ansel Link invoice that was completed for the month of July. So the total running cost thus far in 2026 is $105,771.05. Is there any questions or anything I can answer that the board might have on this topic?
Excuse me, Commissioner Tyson?
Thank you. Regarding, I hope it's the right time to ask this, the village project to replace the stormwater outfall pipe, is there a potential that during the course of that project, additional debris is created as a result of that work? Is it within their scope of work then to make sure that debris is taken care of? Or do we have some type of QA process following to inspect that, to make sure that there's no additional debris so we're not back into a hazardous situation again?
Sure. The village is definitely mindful. They are removing all of the pieces of pipe that are underneath the pier section as it sits today. They've already started in with that removal process. That will be part of their cost and part of their scope. There has, since Misfits got off the job and the village has started up, there was a section of pipe that showed up, as well as a tire. I know that's already been pulled out. I would suspect, as far as my loose conversations with the contractor directly, that they are willing to make those removals as they see them. I can't answer the question definitively because I didn't write the contractor's scope for the village, but we've had a great collaboration. I don't see it changing now.
Commissioner Root?
Along those lines, and with respect to DeMayo, last Thursday, the executive director shared some communications between park staff and the village where there were some issues where I believe a Norway maple was lost, a silver maple was in bad shape, there was gouging of the bluff, and there was concerns on locating village heavy equipment onto our historic pier. And I just wondered how things were moving along and whether you had resolved some of these issues.
I can take that, Commissioner Root. So we are working collaboratively with the village right now on remedying those issues. They have agreed to pay for the replacement of the lost tree and monitor the tree that was damaged, as well as make any repairs that they need to as they go. We're currently working through an amendment to the MOU that we have to, and Adam is working on that with us as well, to make sure that the Park District is protected in that manner. So there are some things that the village right now is waiting to, not waiting, but they are working through some resolves on how they can get some of their work done. We don't get into their means and methods of the work that they are conducting, just making sure that we are protecting the Park District and the community and making sure that it's still a safe site before and after their work concludes. So we're working closely with the village right now on making alterations or amendments to that MOU.
Do you have any possible date when the village may have concluded their work?
I do not.
No update?
Do we have any other questions for Mr. Katulis on this matter?
All right. We'll now move on to section 5.2, Elder Lane and Centennial Park and Beach Project change order.
All right, thank you again. As the park board directed staff back in the June 26th, our park board meeting, staff did at that time pause the permitting process. As we discussed later at the July meeting, in our current review, at that time we reviewed the scope of work that was submitted or included as an outline by staff. We have since now have received proposals from 2 out of the 3 consultants that we have been working with on the Elder Lane and Centennial project. Those proposals have been included in the packet. The scope of work as outlined basically composed of 4 different tasks. Tasks 1.1 is the review and of the integration of the village review comments that we've heard thus far. So basically a design shred meeting to then sit down as a team, review all the comments that we heard, and discuss the possibilities for different changes of what that might look like. That would be an in-person meeting hosted by the Park District here at our facilities. Task 1.2 would be the plan adjustments, allowing for 2 meetings for that, along with the design team to update the schematic plan designs of the shoreline configurations and any civil or architectural components that would change as well, revise layout for both project sites, review of the Elder Lane stormwater configuration to be included as part of the plan update, as well as a high opinion engineering's opinion of probable costs. The third item would be an updated timeline and engagement plan, so we can put together a timeline of what that would look like, starting again from re-engagement or turning the special use permit back on and resubmitting our amended documents, all the way to what we would anticipate the end of completion for construction and what that could look like. Once again, that would just be an assumption based on the information that we would have at that time. And then the last task that would be for part of that would be the presentation to the park board of that schematic plan design, looking for direction or potentially approval, then to resubmit the special use permit and move on to those next steps. It's also noted in the outline that if additional meetings are needed post park board meeting, if the park board came with comments or maybe design changes after some discussion or things that might need to be amended, there could be essentially more time to adapt the plan and then bring it back to the park board for final approval before we re-engage into the special use permit process. From there, we also included, based on some discussion with the park board, our 3 additional scopes. One of them was going to be a modeling allowance to complete any suggested hydrodynamic modeling or any modeling that would be needed to meet the requirements of the state and federal regulatory agencies. Another one was renderings for task 1.6, an allowance to complete renderings for each site to give 3D visual perspectives of what the new schematic plans would look like. And then, of course, potentially additional time for additional consideration and consultation for any ad hoc meetings that might come up, or additional time and materials for meetings to expand on some design development, or if there's time more that's needed. So what we've asked here for the park board tonight, as it's included into the proposal, the change order for the Lakota group has a base scope cost of $17,300 and an alternate scope of $24,040. I will note that the alternate scope of $24,040 is only for the renderings of additional work to be had. The modeling that was anticipated, we had expected that to be in there as a allowance or potential cost range with our third-party coastal consultant, but we do not have that information with us here tonight. The second proposal that we do have here is Spaceco Engineering proposal with a base cost of $32,000. Once again, there's no alternate work proposed for Spaceco. That would be the services of both Spaceco and FER to complete those first initial 4 steps, task 1.1 through 1.4 as identified in their scope. I will note that we did include an allowance here, the way we have the recommendation drafted. The combined total of those 2 change orders is $49,300 for the base scope, and then to authorize the executive director to execute on alternate for the Lakota group for plant renderings, as well as the contingency for additional meetings as needed at an estimated $40,000. Once again, the $24,000 and change would be to complete the renderings, leaving a roughly $16,000 for additional meetings as needed. So I'd like to leave that for now. I would also like to just kind of discuss real quick, staff along with Park District attorneys, we're trying to come through a new agreement with Red Barn Design and Engineering. Unfortunately, at the time of the meeting, we still had a couple items in regards to liability concerns and indemnification that we still were not able to achieve to the comfort of the Park District. So at this point in time, I do not have a proposal from them that I would recommend based on both staff and legal's review of their proposal to bring forward as far as execution. I would like to ask the Park Board what direction they would like to give staff in regards to either looking to engage further with the proposal or potentially look to engage in an RFQ process to look for a new third party, in this case, an engineer of record for the project. One that has our coastal experience and background that can help support us from the coastal aspects. So at this time, I'd like to bring it back to the Park Board for any deliberation or discussion.
Does anyone have anything that they want to ask, deliberate on with this regard?
I think it's a natural next step for us to go to another RFQ. And I think that can be productive for us. It can provide some additional resources for us. And I think it would be a natural next step. We've enjoyed working with Matt Wright. He's very capable. He's produced a lot of good work that we can leverage.
Commissioner Rapp?
This is a question for Adam, and then I have another question for Costa. Just thinking about Commissioner Koto's question, for the design work that has been undertaken by Red Barn, does the Park District own the drawings thus far? Like, can we go do an RFQ to bring someone else in, or does he have the rights to that work?
We paid for it. We were up to speed on all the invoices we ever paid him. So upon separating, he should turn over the drawings that we own, that we paid for. Now, using them is at our risk because he's not going to supervise the use of the drawings any longer. So we have to have another engineer stand behind something that they're going to stamp, but we own the drawings that we used.
Okay, and just thinking back to the submissions, did he actually stamp any drawings? Because I remember some were him, and because some were other engineers that.
All engineers stamped all sets of drawings.
Okay, but there were other engineers who I did not even realize we were working with in those drawings. So okay.
Correct. Electrical engineers,
Okay.
structural engineers, yeah.
Okay.
For their phase of work as consultants to our needs.
Okay. Then my other question is, we're looking at additional costs for change orders with existing vendors. When I look at our invoice summary for what we have billed, like what we have previously contracted them for and what we have paid for to date, I see a difference of like $121,000. It's like roughly $56,000 for Lakota and $49,000 for Space Cohenberg. And I'm just curious, like, what scope is still outstanding that's represented in those amounts, and what are we asking for additionally? Because I think in the prior scope, it was things like meetings and coordination, and so I'm a little bit apprehensive engaging in new change orders when we have such big dollar amounts still remaining open with those vendors, and how are we reconciling that, and then keeping track of what's new in this change order and what's a change in scope versus what's stuff potentially in those change orders that we're not gonna, like the prior ones, that we're not actually gonna execute on ever. So is there some rationalization there?
Not a problem. So the change orders are specific, the ones in front of us here today are specifically detailed towards the scope of work that was identified as the pause or the re-engagement of the special use permit process. The development of a plan change and the proposal of that plan change to get that up to the village. The outstanding costs, or in this case, the outstanding credits that would be earned from those two agencies would be to continue that process through the village as well as, well, the village through the special use, and then the dollars related towards the permit process for the IDNR and core. So we anticipate to continue that process. This is an intermediate step. It's probably the best way that I can summarize the additional change orders here based on changing the design yet again. So that's what's driving this scope of work here for the, I apologize, $49,000, I believe it was, $300 plus the potential $24,040 and additional alternate costs for additional meetings. So the pause, this is taking into consideration the pause and redesign. This does not take into consideration the additional cost to bring in a new third party that is yet to be determined. If that's the path and direction the park board would like to go. Also going out for an RFQ to find a new person to basically take Matt's place in the on the team. That cost still has to be determined and brought back to the park board. So that's an outlier to be aware of. But this cost that we're seeing here and is asking for approval on tonight is for these two scopes to then fill the gap for the additional work that has been added based on the board's request. Does that help answer that question?
No, I mean, I just look at, like, for Lakota, I feel like we have so many plans over the last 3 years. Like, we have plans that show a combined headland beach system. We have plans from the 2019 bluff restoration study that show an alternative ADA pathway with switchbacks. Like, it's hard for me to specifically get my head around, like, what plans are there still left to be drawn at this point that equate to this amount of money? So maybe some more specifics on that would be helpful, because I mean, like, we all collectively have like closets, literally closets of these plans, I think it's fair to say. And so I'm just wondering, like, what we're like expecting the value and output from this to be. Like, isn't Lakota able to go back into their drawer and pull out some of the plans that they've already done?
If the park board is willing to use the pre-existing plan and that's the plan they choose to move forward with, we can easily do that. But the direction was to take direct comments and concerns that were addressed through the special use permit process, and unfortunately the two negative results we received from that process, to then change our existing plan and adapt it to basically meet the current standards that are out there. If the park board has the desire to dust one off the shelf and tell staff to move forward with that, we very well can. I would suggest that if that is the case, we update the estimating engineering costs associated with that to make sure we understand what that cost is in real dollars, because those plans are dated. But that's the direction we can go. I would just look for, once again, the park board to give direction on for staff to proceed.
And what I would say on that too is if we have to look at a new engineer record for anything, it would have to be somebody that would agree to go forward with that previous plan that they are not the creator of, which adds an additional level of unknown, because having an engineer stand behind and take the liability of somebody else's plan is not normal.
Okay, and for these two change orders, I just want to understand, are they lump sum or hourly? Like, are we on the hook for the whole 40,000 if we, get a couple plans, or we, more critically review the comments? Because we've had the comments for a few months, so it's unclear to me, like, what we're planning to address. And so I just want to make sure that we're not getting the cart,
Well, we've had the comments, but we haven't had the authority to work with the consultants on addressing those. So we haven't started this process at all because we have not received the authority by the board to, for those change orders to begin that work. And then there's also the outlier of not having a engineer of record with the coastal consultant, with Matthew Wright and his agreement not being able to be something that we're comfortable bringing to the board. We're at the process now of, in order for us to do anything, we have to get past these hurdles first.
I guess I'm just wondering, like, does it make sense to contract with a couple of people from Lakota for 5 or 6 hours to be able to articulate, you know, potential feedback responses then to the boards before we commit to another 40,000 with them, and then, you know, additional money with Space Co? Because I mean, we have spent piles of money, we have done tons of drawings, and, you know, like, can we get a stick figure so that we can talk about it and say, oh, we think this could work, or it's a non-starter? I mean, like,
So, in my opinion, each time you get feedback, and this is the highest quality feedback we've received so far from the people who actually are looking at this project with regard to whether or not they'll approve it. So this is the highest quality, most focused feedback that we've received. And I would say that is the most pertinent. So to me, it's completely rational to respond to that feedback, to incorporate it, and to pay for documenting it. Each of us on this board has asked for 3D modeling or a full-scale replica. Each of us has a different level of familiarity or non-familiarity with what plans look like. So it's rational to flesh them out so that everyone can understand them and everyone knows that we're making these changes in response and this is what they look like. So I think COSTA can answer the question, if they are able to do it more efficiently, do we get a cost savings? And I think that answer, certainly with Lakota and Space Co, is always yes.
Yeah, so I believe it's page 3, it's noted, or the last page, professional fees and expenses will be billed monthly for work completed. And that's what we've seen to date. We haven't seen any invoices that haven't matched the amount of hours or time with the breakdowns that they've included. We've only been billed for the work as it's been completed. We've never been billed out for work that hasn't been completed. And to take it one step further from the Lakota group, for the last 2 years, we have not received any invoices for Scott Ferris's time. He has been doing this pro bono. So they're definitely a working partner. They want to work with us to see this to the point of where this gets to fruition. I know Space goes on that same wavelength as well. And their team, Bill Loftus, and I think we have a good relationship there. He understands the project well. I think the board has a good working dynamic with Bill and, trust his expertise and his, what he brings to the table in regards to the discussion and presentations. So I would argue that if the board approves the $49,300 and we get to task 1.1 and we get through that and we are comfortable with the previous set of drawings, we can bring that back to the board and say, okay, at that point in time, we're going to recommend to go with drawing X that was completed back in 2022, and no more work potentially might be needed, besides updating the cost estimates to show what real-time dollars might be in 2026. But short of that, I can't really answer that question without going back to the consultants and confirming on a few things.
Matthew Wright did all the cost estimates, not Lakota?
They fed him all he was the
Okay.
central holder of the file.
Okay.
So,
And then Space Co is, like, previously they were a sub under Lakota, but this looks like a standalone proposal.
the last 2 proposals we did with Space Co were standalone proposals. The
Okay.
first one, you are correct, it was as a sub-consultant, but we pulled them out and, or took that on hourly because we thought it was more advantageous for the park district to do that.
Okay, so is theirs also continuing to be hourly?
Yeah, so page 4, the first sentence, our services will be invoiced monthly on a percentage rate completed basis. Payments are due within 30 days after invoicing.
So
And
percentage
Once again,
is not hourly, right?
their work that we've seen has been on an hourly based on the time allotted and what that has come to. So I haven't had an issue with that thus far, and I don't foresee that with pay scale being an issue moving forward, but I can ask Bill that question and circle back if need be.
I think Commissioner Root would like to ask you some questions or make a statement.
Oh, not a statement at
Okay,
all, it's
questions.
questions. But
Okay.
first of all, this may not be an appropriate time to mention this, but I want to thank the executive director for sending the recording of the meeting that you and Commissioner Cotto had with Costa with some pretty high-level regulatory representatives of the Corps and the IDNR. And I only got to listen, because of the lateness of that distribution, to the first 20 minutes. But as I listened, what I heard you were presenting was more or less the Headland Beach system. I'll go back to May of 2023. And that may, again, I didn't have the benefit of the video to see what he was showing. But this takes me back to Commissioner Rapp's concerns. We have so many renderings. I have a stack this high. Why we can't use some of those internally as staff to then work with responses to our commissions rather than spending another $50,000 or somewhat less in consultant fees.
We aren't professional engineers.
Well, we've lost apparently one of our professional engineers, and again, I was the dissenting commissioner in engaging a solo proprietor, Red Barn, to do the work of this project because I was very concerned that something might happen to him, that he might retire, etc. So this is very, very disappointing that we can't come to terms with Mr. Wright so he can continue this project, because that's going to be more money that the taxpayer will be spending, but it is what it is. A question that I have for you, Costa, is I see that hydrodynamic modeling is now being placed under the Lakota Group. And if indeed you are successful in doing an RFQ where you're bringing in a coastal consultant, an engineering coastal consultant, would you consider then moving that from the Lakota Group to that coastal consultant?
So just for clarification, alternate scope task 1.5 to 1.7, task 1.5 modeling, in parentheses behind this NIC means not in contract. That is work that is not going to be achievable by the Lakota Group. They included it because that was the list of tasks that I wanted every firm to have in case there was a scope or time allotted. Maybe there was 2 hours for them to engage as part of a discussion, so we knew the ultimate cost. The cost there, or in this case, the task that's listed there, it says hydrodynamic modeling and coordination by engineers. They are not the engineers, they would be an engineer of record. So it is not part of their scope, and yes, we would assume that they knew, whoever that becomes, whichever firm that might be, the new engineer of record for the coastal consulting piece would take on that piece, or either be able to do it in-house or outsource it and be able to tell us the cost associated with that as well.
One of the issues that we heard from both village commissions was the lack of any sort of technical engineering data to show the potential damage to downshore owners. And I assume that would be done through hydrodynamic modeling, that I presume that would be, and that would be a response to the commissions. But in the RFQ that your contemplating board approves it for your engineering marine expert, can I please request that we ask for a response with a firm that has more than one engineer, so that we don't end up with another solo contract where we've spent a great deal of money and have no benefit. Thank you.
Do we have any other questions or comments by commissioners?
Yeah, I have a question. Yeah, if I can just kind of summarize what I've heard from Cynthia's questions and what you're saying. These two proposals here. The goal of it is to get us from where we've been, which is project, or, designs that have not been approved or accepted. We now have high quality feedback that is feeding back to these guys who are experienced with it. And the goal is to come out the other side with something that we can actually move ahead with. That's fair to say?
That's fair to say, yes.
And the cost of these, I'm not saying it's a small amount of money, but in the scope of the grand scheme of the project, it's fair to say that we're gonna have to continually spend money until we get something that we can get approved and get through. So it seems to me like these two proposals are fair. They have more information, could maybe get us over the hump to the next point, which is actually implementing a plan. And I think also if they go and look at a previous plan and say, hey, look, actually this one meets all of the goals, then they might come back after 1 month and present that. So does that kind of cover all the concerns, or? Yeah, I mean, that's, we will see.
I guess
I'm not saying we'll come out of this with something that will get approved. That's
the other piece, just thinking about the feedback, there was a lot of discussion about the easement going around the fencing. So I'm also hopeful that our engagement of additional legal expertise maybe could help support that concern as well. Because I mean, it's not just the design and the engineering, there were also other aspects of it. So I hope that that's being linked in as well.
You're referring to Chuck Downing's comments more or less?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that was part of the discussion, and that'll be part of our board discussion as well.
That's not really mentioned in the issue.
No, I know.
I mean,
Sure, should be, no problem.
If I might,
sorry, just to address that comment,
Yeah.
we continue to have dialogue about our relationship. And so they've never said no, they've just said they're not done with their project, we're not ready to start our project, it's not ripe, so that's all.
And it was not limited to Mr. Dowding. There were many, many people that talked about that issue with respect to public trust. Thank you.
Right. At this time, if everyone has finished with comments, I'd like to ask for a motion to approve the two agreements with Lakota Group and Spaceco for the combined total of $49,300, and to authorize the executive director to execute the alternate for the Lakota Group for plan renderings and a contingency for additional meetings as needed for an estimated $400,000.
40.
Excuse me, 40. Woo, sorry. A little bit of a number issue there. Really quick. 40.
so moved.
Second. Corley and Codo.
So we have an opportunity for further discussion on the specific motion. Just what is the timing then for the RFQ process for this third party that we need to?
We're not getting there yet. We're going to address that in a second, as a second motion, and then we can get into that discussion. We're just right now talking about Lakota Group and Spaceco. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. Do we have any discussion on this motion? Any further discussion?
Is engaging them now fruitful when we don't have the engineer? Like this, because obviously our new engineer would need to be involved in the meetings with these folks to be able to get up to speed. So well then, I don't see hours for that engagement incorporated into this. So will that be another change order with these vendors to bring up a new person?
I would have to defer to Costa on that.
I would suggest that staff would bring up that engineering firm through the conversation, and then as part of task 1.1, the time for the half-day design discussion, that would be integrated with whoever the new consultant would be that would provide that service, being brought up to speed in additional time and discussions that need to be had. That's never been an issue with any of our subs to complete that. So I feel confident that we can continue working with the dialogue and achieve that goal of bringing that sub up quickly. But I can't say that for certain. I'm highly doubtful that we would look to come back and ask for additional funding for that. That's all I can say.
Can we move to a roll call vote?
Commissioner Root,
I think this is not timely, and I'm going to say no.
Commissioner Tyson,
Yes.
Commissioner Kodo,
Yes.
Commissioner Corley,
Yes.
Commissioner Rapp. No. Commissioner Gibson.
Yes.
That motion passes.
Next, may I have a motion to direct staff to prepare a request for qualifications in RFQ and solicit proposals for an engineering firm to serve as engineer of record for the Elder Lane and Centennial beachfront projects?
So moved.
Second.
Just a point of order for Simon, has this topic been properly noticed in our agenda?
This is the board giving direction to staff to go out to RFQ. It's not really a final decision, it's not final action on anything, just policy direction.
Is that the discussion? Does anyone wish to have further discussion on this? Okay. Can we do a roll call vote on that, please?
Sure. Who seconded that, if I may ask?
I think Commissioner Tyson.
I was first.
Oh, sorry. Oh, so I got it wrong.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Commissioner Tyson,
Yes.
Commissioner Kodo,
Yes.
Commissioner Corley,
Yes.
Commissioner Rapp,
Yes.
Commissioner Root,
Yes.
Commissioner Gibson.
Yes.
That motion passes.
Next, we have an item that was added to the agenda by Commissioner Rapp and I believe seconded by Commissioner Root. Do you want me to read it or do you want to read it?
I'm happy to read it and give you a break.
Thank you.
I had put a lot of detail into the subject just so that it was clear, but in short, I would like to make a motion to remove the temporary fencing and signage at Elder Lane Beach to allow access in a manner consistent with off-season access to other Winnetka Park District beaches like Maple and Tower upon completion of the village repairs of the stormwater discharge pipe under the pier. We've had lots of feedback from residents. I think others probably had similar questions at the farmer's market, like when all this work is done, is the beach going to be accessible and open? Obviously, it's not swimming season. I think that the press release was not especially clear. We had a specific motion to put that fencing in, so I had wanted to put this out for discussion of the board so that we could be giving clear direction to staff on what the planned approach was. Certainly, I think that it would be a huge benefit to residents to be able to have access to that property. I mean, I'm a big proponent of public access to public assets. That's one. People were delighted to be able to go down to that beach during the season. And once the debris is cleaned up and the pier is fixed, it seems that, in my view, we should be facilitating that in a similar manner to our other beaches. So that's what I have. So am I able to make the motion? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Do we have discussion? We have some discussion. Commissioner Kodo?
I just have a question for Adam. Is this language specific enough upon completion of village repairs of stormwater discharge pipe? Do we need to anticipate meeting our safety standards, adding anything with regard to safety?
I mean, part of the MOU requires the village and their contractor to restore any damage that occurs. We've already discussed tonight that some damage has occurred and more has occurred since then.
Okay.
So I think the direction is that when it's safe to open,
Got it.
is to be open, right?
Yes. I certainly wouldn't want to open it on
That's what I felt. I just wondered if we needed any additional definition, because it is.
I think staff can use discretion to implement the policy direction.
Got it, okay.
Commissioner Tyson, did you have a
I'm
discussion?
gonna hold my.
Okay, all right. Is that all for discussion? Can we move to a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Kodo,
Yes.
Commissioner Corley,
Yes.
Commissioner Rapp,
Yes.
Commissioner Root,
Yes.
Commissioner Tyson,
Yes.
Commissioner Gibson.
Yes.
That motion passes.
And next we have section 5.4, a motion again proposed by Commissioner Rapp and seconded by Commissioner Root.
Yes, this motion is subject to directing staff to reduce and trim the vegetation at Elder and Centennial Parks to enhance lake views for all residents. Again, in response to resident comments and feedback received at the farmers market. We have discussed this before, and it seems like we've been able to do some trimming. It has not been entirely clear on where the line is between what we need a permit and what we don't, and what the permitting process is if we do need one, but I think that it is important to be directing staff to be having those conversations with the village. It seems particularly timely in light of the tree situation to maybe be teeing up some discussions about what else we can do to improve things, and if we need to pursue a permit, it would be helpful to know what that looks like, because it would be unfortunate to be still sitting here, and have things untrimmed when it is something that brings residents joy driving down Sheridan to be able to enjoy lake views, or when they're walking and enjoying the park. And I do think I wanted to make sure that we had given specific direction to help staff engage in those discussions with their counterparts, and hopefully get a little bit more traction on, partnering to improve the visibility of the lake from those parks.
Commissioner Rapp, may I ask for clarification? So the title to direct staff to reduce and trim vegetation, et cetera. So would a clarification of that be with appropriate permits? Because I don't want staff to go out there and reduce and trim vegetation without getting the proper authority from the village, like we had happen to us last time.
It's unclear to me if we formally need a permit
It's
to do
unclear to me
everything.
too.
Okay,
but
so
that's-
I think getting more direction and clarity around what we can do without a permit and what we need a permit for, to me, that would be helpful, because then we would know. And it seems that the village, they have a new economic development person, they have new, they've had some new staff coming in, and I think trying to get some clarity on that for the benefit of our residents is important.
So for the sake of clarity, and so that we don't have people arguing over whether we're complying with the motion in the future, can we specify that you're directing staff to perform ordinary maintenance, vegetation activities that don't require any zoning relief in a manner consistent with best practices? Enhancing lake views is a subjective standard that you can get 12 different opinions on. So it's not really a performance standard we can all work towards, which is why I'd like to refer to landscaping best practices, which is sort of more of an
Industry standard.
I will certainly defer to your advice on how this should be worded to be able to accomplish the end result, because I think that.
So I think the question is are we looking at doing things that don't require a permit, or are we doing things that may require a permit?
I would like to do the things that don't require a permit as soon as possible, and then I would like to understand what requires a permit and how we can get that ball rolling. So that if, other things are moving on a slower track, like we're still able to move ahead with making our beaches and parks look as, wonderful as they can.
So it sort of sounds like you're talking about, it sort of sounds like you're talking about two different motions.
Would you like me to do it as two different motions?
Can Costa?
Oh, yeah, Costa, can you
Weigh in.
please?
So I've had discussions about this post our last trimming round on what we can and cannot do. Until we put together a removal plan and mitigation plan that goes along with that and submit it to the village for their review and approval, we're pretty much at the limits of what we can trim. Short of immediate hazards, falling trees or things of that nature that are safety concerns, overgrowth that is in a public right of way or once again is a safety concern, those are the things that we can tend to. Mass removal of buckthorn, until we put together the mitigation plan and what we're planning to do after the fact to basically restore the area, and it's reviewed by the village staff and approved by the village staff, we cannot implement on that. That's what we were told the last time when we did the clearing at Elder on the north side. So we have to have that plan in place, we have to have that reviewed and approved by village staff before we can do any clearing. So that, I just want to get that out here defined, because to the point of what we can do now as far as maintenance, what my definition of maintenance is would be taking out invasives. Invasives are buckthorn and what we have in the bluffs. The reason we delayed that, it's not that we're not moving forward on it, we have that plan in place as part of our master plan design. So if the park board would like us to pull off the plan that has been put together for our restoration of our bluffs and try to implement that plan now, we can. We can get direction on that, village review on that. I don't believe it's going to require special use. Don't quote me on that.
Okay.
But I can get an answer from the village and then come back to the park board with one of two roads. Yes, we can. Here's the path forward and here's the associated costs. Or no, we can't. Our next step is to engage through this process and this is the anticipated timeline. That's what I would suggest to the park board now based on this motion or the agenda item on how to move forward.
To me, that sounds very reasonable, because it would be helpful to know, like, we have plans, we know what we would like to have on the bluffs, right? And so it would be helpful to know if it's a staff decision that we can move ahead with, or not.
Based on my last discussions with the director of engineering, they requested that they review those plans before they render the decision. So I'd like to take that engagement. Now, I will suggest our plans included tree removals for future projects. So at this time, I would suggest that the tree removal for the elevated staircase or the retaining wall bluff or anything else that's going to be part of the mass clearing of the special approved project, I would probably remove those from the scope, because that's going to give us a road to success. If we don't, then we're going to be challenging them because of our intent of, okay, why are you doing this? I would say what we're doing is, if it's views and vistas, then let's focus towards views and vistas.
Sounds very reasonable to me. Thank you.
I could further add, staff has wanted to do this. We've been waiting for the special use, so we've been hemming and hawing, trust me.
Exactly, that's why I put the motion out, because I'm like, we need, like, what do we need to do to get this rolling? This was the only way that I could think of to try and put it out in the open so that we could move ahead in small steps. Okay.
So two motions.
I can't even remember. Okay, so we need. So we want to direct, so I'd like to make a motion to direct staff to perform vegetation removal in line with standard landscaping practices to enhance lake views for all residents in the short term. And so that's the first motion. So should I stop
Without
there?
the requirement of a permit.
Without the requirement of a permit.
So moved.
Second.
Yeah, is there any further discussion?
Not for me on that.
Commissioner Corley,
Yes.
Commissioner Rapp,
Yes.
Commissioner Root,
Yes.
Commissioner Tyson,
Yes.
Commissioner Kodo,
Yes.
and Commissioner Gibson.
Yes.
That motion passes.
Okay, and I would like to make a supplemental motion to direct staff to engage further with the village by providing plans for the landscaping and bluff enhancements, excluding the removal of any trees that would need to happen during the special use permit to get a decision on what the process is to continue to enhance the bluffs.
So moved.
Okay, is anyone seconding that?
Second.
Okay. And then can we have discussion? Okay. On that, I do have a couple questions. One, is the seeking the permit and engaging in the more extensive bluff restoration program budgeted for at this time?
If the board would like to utilize the funds associated with the development of the Elder-Centennial project, the $15 million that's been budgeted for that work was part of that scope, so I would argue that that money could be used for that, but I would look for board clarity on that.
Okay, and then do we want to first get a estimate as to the cost of engaging in that restoration program? Costa?
More likely than not, the cost will be over the allowable limit for staff just to execute on that.
So we'll
we'll
have to
probably
come
have to go out to a bid or
Okay.
potentially if we can find it another way, but it's probably gonna have to be brought back for board action.
Is there a description of what it is? You mentioned buckthorn and trees. Does it go beyond that?
Yeah, there is a planting plan that goes along with that, along with native seeding. Once those are cut down, we would put in a herbicide application to basically kill the future growth of those root structures. There's some going to be some erosion control efforts, some June mats and other things that are going to be placed on the row to make sure that during the downturn and while seed is germinating, it doesn't erode away. Those are the things that are going to be the inherent costs along with that programming.
Commissioner Cotto?
So, Costa, I think your language was a maintenance plan and a removal plan, correct?
We're going to identify what can be
Yeah.
maintained without any review or permit. And
Correct.
whatever can be done by in-house staff, we're going to execute.
Right.
That's going to be
Perfect.
step one.
That's step
Along
one.
with that execution, we'll make sure that we're working with our marketing team, getting that information out there so people are well aware of what we're doing and the actions moving forward.
Perfect.
So this doesn't
Yeah.
frustrate other people thinking that we're moving forward with something else.
Correct, okay. So
Then we move
motion
forward
one
with option
dealt
two.
with the maintenance plan. Motion two deals with the removal plan. Perfect.
Just
Thank you.
The larger removal plan, that's going to be at a higher cost that
Perfect.
probably will be
Got
contracted.
it. Got it.
just listening to what's involved too, it sounds like some of that work might be like springtime. When I hear seeds germinating and getting
Yeah,
things
yeah,
to
yeah.
grow, it makes me think of spring.
Right.
You can
So,
surprise dormant seeding in the
Yeah.
fall. All that
It might
good
help?
stuff.
Okay, good.
So
Yay.
there are opportunities.
Okay.
So, but yes.
okay, good. No, I feel like that's a good path though. I mean,
So
hopefully
I
it's
am
possible.
wondering though, if you think that could be done in the fall, getting through the permitting process and so forth. I'm saying this in regards to motion number 2.
I don't want
Interesting
to
question.
answer that question because I don't know.
Okay, all right.
So at this point in time, let me do the research and then I can circle back with Executive Nizal and we can send out an email or memo to the board as an update on what we've learned thus far instead of waiting until the next board meeting.
We need a special meeting for this. This could work out.
Commissioner Tyson?
I think there's value in just going down the path and
Yeah.
seeing what we find. out.
Exactly.
Right.
It's informative. Exactly.
Give it a shot.
So can we discuss the wording of that second motion again? I just want to make sure we have it.
Do you want to restate it? Because you probably have.
I haven't written it down.
That would be great, because we have it on recording, but that's it right now.
I'm,
Yeah, I think none of us wrote it down, so I think we have to devise it.
okay. I would like to make a motion to direct staff to pursue a removal plan of vegetation and invasives along the Elder and Centennial Bluffs for review with the village to identify the path of what we can do with staff direction versus permitting and develop the costs associated with that.
So moved.
It was already moved by
Yeah,
Commissioner
okay,
Rapp,
that's
so
fine.
that was
Just trying to move it along.
second. You're the second.
I'll be the second.
Okay.
That would be a roll call.
Okay, so do a roll call vote, please.
Okay. Commissioner Rapp?
Yes.
Commissioner Root?
Yes.
Commissioner Tyson?
Yes.
Commissioner Kodo?
Yes.
Commissioner Corley?
Yes.
And Commissioner Gibson?
Yes.
That motion passes.
So we are now moving on to section 5.5, the Centennial Temporary Dog Fencing Permit. And we have been in the process with the IDNR and the Army Corps of Engineers, their permitting process, and as Coast has already reported, we have completed the public comment sections, and he is working on responding to both of those permitting organizations with responses to the public comments. We would like to, the process for applying for, through the village for permitting is a little confusing at this point, and just to make sure that we're advancing the prospect of a temporary fence, we would like to sort of prophylactically apply for a special use permit for that dog fence. It may not be something that's needed, but we would like to start the timing on it now. So I'm requesting that, unless, Adam, did you have something more you wanted to add to that?
Staff submitted a permit application for the temporary fencing on May 15th, and we've received no formal feedback from the village. We're not sure if they want us to get a building permit, a lakefront construction permit, or a zoning permit. So we want to pursue all of those avenues in parallel to make sure we do this as expeditiously as possible. We don't want to end up being stuck doing this sequentially and being here in February and not having any permission yet. So applying for a special use permit, subject to the reservation that we don't necessarily think we need it, helps us move the clock forward.
All right, so I'd like to make a motion to submit a special use permit with the Village of Winnetka for temporary fencing at Centennial Dog Beach.
So moved.
Second?
Do we have any discussion on that people would like to have? No? So can we move to a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Root?
Yes.
Commissioner Tyson?
Yes.
Commissioner Kodo?
Yes.
Commissioner Corley?
Yes.
Commissioner Rapp?
Yes.
And Commissioner Gibson?
Yes.
That motion passes.
So with the fence, we've also reviewed the comments made to the IDNR permit request. We are in review of the comments made to the Army Corps permit request. Those were just received recently by the Park District. And we've had some conversations with the village about the dog fence. And so to reflect those comments, and this is sort of an alternate, I would like staff to consider a design change, and I would like to know what the board would like in terms of maybe changing the layout of the temporary dog fence as proposed. So this is sort of an alternate approach. And I don't know if Costa, you want to address that?
Sure. So one of the things that we've heard some consideration on and some brief discussion on would be potentially trying to make the fencing less invasive, if that's even possible, in regards to not putting fencing into the water. So a way to try to achieve that would be to use the existing features of Centennial Beach to perform that service, i.e. the two existing steel groins. And utilizing those as the foundation for those fences, and in doing so, that would be a reduction from the existing dog beach that would follow suit to the previous board direction of no greater than 270 feet, no less than 170 feet, by utilizing the southernmost section of Centennial Beach as the dog beach. And by doing that, what we would do is then take the existing staircase going down to the dog beach. You hit a plateau where you would normally turn left to get to the final 10 steps down to the beach level, but in turn, extend that platform to the right or due south as it was cantilevered on top of the existing steel sheet piling, extending it to a dimension, I don't know what the actual square footage is, but basically to extend it beyond the inclusion of that steel groin, and then have a staircase going down. We would take the current remote system or the key fob system that is at the top of the staircase, relocate that down to this new area that I just described within the southern cell at that elevated boardwalk level, and allow that to be the engagement or the entrance to the new dog beach or potentially temporary dog beach area. The objective of that would be twofold. One, you no longer have the obstruction as far as limiting one's ability to walk the shoreline, because one's ability is already limited by those obstructions that exist to date. So there would be a fence placed on top. As we proposed with our previous evolution, or our current design that we have for permit, I should say, there still would be a double access gate there that would not be locked, and the same on both the north side and the south side boundaries. This would allow somebody to walk the shoreline as they did previously, unimpeded, or to this case, the same obstructions that they would have had to cross anyway with the existing steel groins that are currently in place. Conceptually, that's what it is. Pop it up. So this is a very crude drawing. I apologize. I just took a GIS and overlaid it.
This is why you pay extra for the nicer drawings, I'm just gonna say.
No, this is good. This is good. I'm good with this.
Yeah.
did a great job.
I think we've all developed a lot
We're
more
this together quickly, so
ability.
please
Yeah, that's
excuse
okay.
my creativity here. So everybody's familiar with the property lines of Centennial Beach. Essentially would be up here on the north side and then down here on the south side. You can kind of see the dotted line there and the dotted line here where those lie. The walking path from the parking lot, you would walk down. Here's the upper walkway. You would go down to the lower walkway, and right here where the green arrow is leading you down the staircase is that first point where you have the controlled access point. So that's the existing electric key fob activated gate where you have to be a pass holder to enter the beach. From there, you would proceed down, and normally you would take a left, and then you can gain access to the entire beach as it's currently set aside for on-leash dog activities. What we're proposing is where this extended green and black boxes would be to take that walkway, once again keeping it at that elevated plane, and proceed south past the steel groin that is in the center of the beach. At that point, we would install the gate with a double entry system here, and then the new fob system would be controlled, so now access to the south beach could then be gated. So you would have your control point here for the pass holder's entry point. The existing steel groin, which are these heavy black lines, which I overlaid the red line on the north side here shown, and then the south side here shown, would be the limits of the beach, approximately 265 feet in length. The gate system would be, once again, at the grade of the beach, which is approximate elevation around 585, give or take. So a person would be able to open the gate, walk through, close the gate, and then walk through the second gate and close it behind them. We're not proposing to make those gates on the fob system. They would just be unlocked where somebody can open and close them to gain access through the site. So by doing that, we achieve less impediment of what we were talking about before, because the previous design essentially was inset 20 feet of the south property line, running from the toe of the bluff where the steel sheet piling is, and running 15 feet into the water. And then similarly on the north side, inset 20 feet from the north property line, setting it from the toe of the bluff, running 20 feet into the water. This would allow, like I suggested, the inclusion of the fencing on 2 known obstructions and a gate system that would allow for containment of the dogs. Visually, unfortunately I can't show this right here, right now. I don't have the capabilities to run that through quickly, but we would follow the fencing, or I would propose that the design would follow the fencing so it's no higher than the sand elevation as it goes into the lake. So it doesn't just carry at the top of the steel at 4 feet. As the sand tapers down, we would taper the fence down, achieving and holding that 48-inch elevation and carrying that simultaneously so it comes to a taper to try to reduce as much of the visual obstruction as possible. As we had previously installed a number of years ago, for about 5 years on the north side, it would be a chain link type of material, which everybody understands what chain link fencing is. So it's not visually obstructing. You can see through it. You can see who's on the dog beats if you want to choose to walk through there or not. As a beach goer, you would have the ability to understand what is on the other side of the gate, and if you want to proceed through the dog beach, to continue on walking down the shoreline. I will note approximately 3 to 4 properties south of the Centennial site, the way that the shoreline has been built out, there is not much beach if at all. Maybe during low lake levels there might be more beach, but there's not a lot of people walking southerly past 2 residents south of Centennial. So there's not going to be a whole lot of walkers, but those who choose or would like to, we're not going to impede their ability. We're just going to have unlocked gates that they can choose to walk through and continue beyond our property. If there's any questions that I can answer, I'd be more than opportunity to answer those for you. Otherwise, I'll give it back to you, Elise.
Yeah, I would just like to say that this is just a sort of, we're asking for thought partners here and maybe a motion for COSTA and staff to put together a plan for this if it is something that the board would like to pursue. And in that case, we would ask for staff to come back in September with that plan in mind, including an understanding as to how it may change the timing.
Is it appropriate to ask questions now?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Can we do the motion first and then go into discussion? Okay, so I would like a motion to direct staff to return to the board in September with a revised potential layout of a temporary dog beach fencing for further consideration.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion.
Yep. Centennial is 540 feet. So if I understand, and this is really a question for COSTA, 275 feet of Centennial will not be fenced. And I guess my question is, what is intended for that use? The dog beach is used year-round, and many of our North Shore, we have 6 other North Shore dog beaches, and many of those beaches take down their fencing off-season so that anyone can use it. Dogs can be there, people walking, whatever. So I'm curious as to what is the intent for the northern 275 feet of this beach. Are we going to permit dogs to leave the fence part, and as long as they're on leashes, they can walk the other 275 feet?
It's actually, we haven't discussed it. We've discussed it as a passive beach, but I can answer that certainly dogs that are not within the fence have to be on leash.
Well, that is by village
Right.
ordinance. May I ask who came up, I know there have been comments from from certain contiguous, not really contiguous, but the Edwardsons. I know that Fran has been before the village. Is this her idea? Or did this come through the owner of 205? What has precipitated this?
100%, it's comments that were made that to the IDNR. I think the same comments were made to the Army Corps. And then I did walk the beach with Bob Dearborn, the president of the village council, and he expressed comments that had been made to him.
I'd like to just further that this has been an idea that staff has had as well in the past. never really bared any fruit, but based on what we've discussed and more recent comments, it's come back forward. So this has been something that we've been thinking about previously. This is not necessarily a new design.
If I may continue with my questions, I actually have no problems putting the fob down, at beach level. I think that goes with public trust to let everybody be able to access Centennial. My problem, quite frankly, is I'm trying to figure out why we are bifurcating this beautiful beach this way. And there are many areas in this country where dogs and people coexist very well on beaches, and they have access in Florida to all beaches. We had talking about his experience both in California and then I think North Carolina, the same thing. So I'm kind of confused as to why we are limiting. It is the Centennial Dog Beach. Why are we limiting and bifurcating the beach? Why?
The only reason that the fencing is included in this distance is because these are where the two structures are to work off of. If the northern structure, that is the middle structure, was here, we would be suggesting that it's built off of that structure there. That's the only reason the identified 265 length is included, is because we were trying to utilize the already existing infrastructure that are obstructions where people can't walk continuous, they have to walk around those obstructions. That is the sole purpose of the distance that's being identified here.
Am I incorrect in understanding that there is also a steel groin at the northern boundary of Centennial? Between Centennial and 261?
Not the one that protrudes all the way into the lake. There is not.
But there is a groin there.
There's one that goes...
On the northern end, there is a groin.
Yep. It's cut off in this photo here, unfortunately, but yes, there is a groin here that goes approximately maybe 15 feet to about this point here. It does not conclude all the way into the water where it would be a clear, definitive line into the water to pass over. And the elevation of that groin currently is approximately, I would say, about 3 feet above the sand elevation as well.
Right. So it'd be a good barrier to put a fence on that and then find a way to extend it in the water, and so you are not limiting.
We would have to go to permit to install steel groins for that purpose. That would be.
Why do you have to do that when you could simply put fencing in the water as once existed in the
That's what we're trying to do.
Oh my God, yeah.
That's the whole point of not doing this.
2 years ago, the board made a unanimous motion to limit the size of the dog beach to a fixed distance. And this is consistent with that.
The board did, but this is a temporary fence, and we've gone nowhere with our current plans. And meanwhile, we have a very active community that enjoys what they have to date. And so we're doing this, and we're trying to gain public consensus on an overwhelming plan. And here we come in, and we throw this out without, I still don't have any good ideas to why. We're doing this for a temporary fence. So that's what confuses me.
Commissioner Kodo?
I think using the existing obstructions that people already observe when they're navigating the public trust doctrine is an excellent idea, number one. Number two, there was very clear, very strong feedback that dogs and people should not mix. That came from zoning, that came from plan. That was, no one was comfortable having dogs and people mix. So Cook County Rabies Authority fencing is required. There are many other reasons to keep dogs separated from people, but we're incorporating the feedback that we heard from the advisory committees, which I think is rational, which I think is sensible.
So, have you read the comments to the IDNR permit?
I did a very deep dive into them, and it's somewhat interesting because half of them, there are, I think, 14, that are on a form letter, and there is no reason that people who work for the owner of the property to the south cannot submit comments. They should. That's perfectly fine. But it's interesting that we received about half of those comments from people that are employed by the owner of 205 Sheridan and who do not live in the community of Winnetka or frequent the Winnetka Dog Beach. And again, they are certainly able to make public comments. Yes, I have.
Okay, so did you notice that residents, I was unaware of people's employment status, but that residents that you know are residents have submitted comments saying they don't want to see a fence go into the beach, into the water?
The same residents who sat in their gallery in April and said they would help us get a fence.
But that has been, that for people that I can personally identify as existing residents in Winnetka, they have gone through and said they don't want to see fence in the water. And that was also identified to me as a comment by President Dearborn. Please don't put fencing in the water.
Well, again, the question is whether you need to extend fencing out 15 to 20 feet into the lake, or whether you could adhere to the 6 other dog beaches in the North Shore that have the fencing that really stops, goes into the water 4 feet, 6 feet, but stops at the sand. And so, again, that may be one of the safety, navigational safety. These are the concerns.
We're putting it on top of existing groins. All right, I think we should move to motion.
If I could just say one thing.
Oh, yes.
So I think where the conversation started was a concern about the length of the beach and why we're bifurcating it. And what I would say in response to that is I think we've got a community of dog owners who want to have an unleashed dog park
Space.
and not have to be under the requirement. And I would weigh those two against each other, and what we put forward, what has been put forward here is a proposal to be able to get there. So
Yes.
that's why I like it.
Okay. So the motion is simply to request that staff, or to direct staff, to return to the board in September with a layout, a revised layout of the temporary dog beach for further consideration by the board.
So moved.
Second.
Okay? We've already had the discussion, I think, so can we go to roll call?
Commissioner Tyson,
Yes.
Commissioner Kodo,
Yes.
Commissioner Corley,
Yes.
Commissioner Rapp,
Yes.
Commissioner Root,
Yes.
Commissioner Gibson.
Yes.
That motion passes.
Thank you. At this point, we're moving to section 5.6, and we're discussing the policy manual updates for policies 8.08 and 17.07, and we are going to ask Elisa to present for us.
Stretch, everyone? Okay.
At the True Park District.
That's a recce right there.
Yeah, no kidding, that's True Park District.
Okay. Everybody remembers James? James and I were here in May to discuss our current board, we don't know if I need my glasses or not, our current board policy 1707 and the affiliate program. I realized that the new board wasn't officially sworn in for this meeting. So we have a really brief summary, very brief summary of what we discussed at the last May meeting. So in brief, the Park District runs some programs in-house with internal instructors and contractual companies. Some of those include basketball, softball, and then we have contractors that provide the instructors, and we pay the contractors to run the programs. Many of the other programs that we run through the Park District are by outside organizations, and we partner with these outside organizations because these are programs that we could not or do not offer. And these partnerships have led to the development of our affiliate program. So as one affiliate said to me, we are stronger together than we are apart. Affiliates were created in the North Shore region to support our small communities where we could not roster teams individually, but together as a region, we could form leagues. So So these, again, this is from the May meeting of the different affiliates that we had and the the communities that they serve. Our affiliate agreements, we believe, were created around 2014. They all use the same Prodharma template, and staff manage the renewals and the updates to the agreements. So the current board policy states that essentially it is in the best interest of the community to work with outside organizations to coordinate the youth sports programs. Affiliate groups are recognized as a specific designed youth sports provider in the community. So that's kind of a summary of the current policy. Also currently in the board policy, they must be 501c3, they must be a volunteer board, they must serve at least 51% Park District residents, and then they must submit the following: annual budget, financial reports, a liaison, and list of participants, including address, phone, and email. Again, all in our current board policy. So, leaving the May meeting, we made an effort to make sure that all agreements continue to use the Prodharma agreement, that we were going to streamline all agreements to refer them to the board policy rather than duplicate the wording in the agreement and the policy, and we were going to begin requesting the documentation that staff had not been requesting in prior years. We also left the May meeting determined to kind of figure out what is appropriate affiliate qualifications, what our fee structure for affiliates was going to be, because currently there is no consistent pricing structure, and then how we are going to determine the priority of who is an affiliate or who gets used to the space. Okay. So now we are bringing, so that's the past, that was May. So now since May, James and I have been working on what our proposed solution and this presentation to you. So since May, we have made revisions to board policy 8.08 and 1707. 8.08 removes the specific names of the affiliate groups. So it allows us to make changes to affiliates without having to change the policy. We also removed 1707. We're basically removing it out of the athletic field chapter and moving it to the rec chapter. So it's, long story short, we're merging 1707 and 1808 into the 808 affiliate program. So, prioritizing qualifications. We want to serve a significant proportion of Park District residents. We want to prioritize affiliates that operate with transparency and accountability. We want to prioritize affiliates that demonstrate a willingness to partner with the Park District to meet the recreational needs of the community, and that provide all-inclusive programs. So that are not solely tryout based and everybody can play. Within your packet, you have the proposed revisions to policy 808. So I am not going to summarize all of that, but 808 has the affiliate qualifications broke down into these headers. Organizational governance, which highlights basically how they govern their own organization with their own volunteer board, 501c3, 990, detailed budget. More of their programs should be recreation over competitive. They also should have a code of conduct and meet our mission and philosophy. So all that's detailed in the policy. The next header is organizational participation. We're asking that at least 51% be residents of the Park District. If less than 51%, they must notify the Park District in writing. We're asking that annually they provide a list of the registrants, and it can be as simple as their participants' initials and home address. So we do need the home address to see if they are current residents. And then we also created tiered rental rates based off of the affiliates' residency of their group. So in the policy, we are highlighting what our proposed new tiered rental rates are based off of the residency. So essentially, if, I don't know how to use the clicker. How do I use the clicker? If they,
Top button is the laser pointer.
top, fancy, okay. If they meet the 51% residency, their price will be a 50% discount off the rack rate, and it goes down from there. Again, as I mentioned, when we look at what the affiliates are paying, it's kind of inconsistent. So we would love to determine through the fee schedule, stay tuned, coming soon, what the fees for our fields and ice are, and then consistently, the affiliates will always have a standard discount. So it's not kind of all over the board. So we set our fees, affiliates get this. And no matter what our fees are, the affiliates get this. Ice rentals, current affiliates right now are sitting at a 5% discount. So we kept that the same, and it goes down from there. So this is fairly consistent to what they're at, and for ice, it is consistent with where they're at. Okay, continuing on with their criteria and conditions that are listed in 808. The sponsorship is a specific header, and communication is also summarized in there as what their criteria are. This is new. We are asking them to attend an annual meeting with the Park District to provide an annual update, similar to how NSSRA just did theirs. I should also say that I read probably 15 other affiliates policies and agreements, and that's how we worked on all this. So we kind of took pieces that we liked. That was one I liked. And then also listed in the policy are insurance, advertisement fees, and charges and backgrounds, and I didn't list all that out because there's very limited changes to these sections from what are currently in the policy. We are removing a bit of insurance from the actual policy because it is, again, listed in their agreement because it needs to be listed what we require. Okay, so with all of that, how does that impact our current affiliates? So as we mentioned back in May, these are the current 6 affiliates that have affiliate agreement with us. And so we kind of sat down, talked with them, figured out what the current the proposed policy criteria is, and discussed what does that mean for our current groups. So in summary, AYSO, we believe should be able to meet the qualifications for residency once they submit what we've requested, and that is the same for KWBA. New Trier Hockey, we've confirmed does not have 51% residency because they serve the whole New Trier township, but they also do not have current usage priority. They get the 9 o'clock slot after Winnetka Hockey. So potential impact would be that they transition to a renter versus the affiliate title. Junior Trevians football did submit all the required documentation with the exception of the annual budget, and we believe that they should be able to meet qualifications for residency. Winnetka Hockey Club has submitted some of the documentation. We also believe that they can meet residency once confirmed. And the platform tennis, though their current agreement calls them an affiliate, they're really not set up like an affiliate because they don't even have hourly use. It's an annual fee that they pay. So we should just remove the affiliate terminology from their agreement. They also don't focus on youth sports. They're a great partner. They're just maybe not a titled affiliate. So let's talk math. So just wanted to highlight here is our current rack rate. This is what they're currently paying. So based off the 2026 proposed rates, again, coming soon in this board meeting, these are their proposed rates. And if they all met the 51% residency and all the other affiliate requirements, these would be their new fee structure for the next fiscal year. So you'll see football would go from 17 to 25. Synthetic isn't much of an increase. AYSO. Synthetic is not much of an increase, KWBA is not much of an increase, and Winnetka Hockey is already expecting this fee increase based off of their current discounted amount. I took off New Trier Hockey, and the platform again has a whole different fee structure. So, leaving the main meeting, we needed to discuss affiliate qualifications. So we went through, did our homework, kind of found what we thought was consistent with other agencies and what would work best for our community. So we completed the revision of 808. We needed to come up with a new fee structure, and we completed that via our revised fees. And we needed to figure out what our community priority was, and we assessed our current affiliate operations to confirm the priority of the recreational purpose for all of them. Check, check, check. Questions, discussion.
Commissioner Kodo?
President Gibson, before we go into further discussion, there were a couple of items that on the policy document, looking at some minor like grammatical and format changes that I just wanted to go over really quickly. So if those things were part of your comments, you don't have to worry about them. So if you look at 808, the first paragraph, fourth line down, at where it says "and participant" and "at times it is in," I would add just a comma after participant. Then in the second paragraph, we need to correct the spelling of principal in the third line down. And then going to...
That's correct.
That's principal factor.
Yeah, principal is
the major.
Yeah,
This is correct, principal factor.
no, this means a standard. Oh, okay.
Then going down to the very top of page 3, which is number 6, changing organization to be lowercase to be consistent throughout. Then going down to organization participation, item number 1, to be considered for, to where it says to be considered for full affiliate benefits, to add after full, for full tier 1, see residency-based tier rental rates. And then the second line after section B, where it says organization officers of the affiliate, change that semicolon to a comma. Then going down to residency-based tiered rental rates, where it has the line 3 of less than 30% no discount, in the area that says no discount on both under fields and ice, to add no discount or affiliate status. And that's it. Okay.
Commissioner Kodo, did you have a question?
Yeah, I had a couple questions. One, Trevian football is 1,500 people approximately, right? How big is AYSO? How big is KWBA? Just the relative magnitude, just roughly. And if you don't know off the top of your head, it's absolutely fine. And then the second question is, in the meeting that you had directly with the affiliates, how did they receive this? The pricing and the enforcement.
We haven't proposed the pricing yet. We've been working on trying to talk to them about their residency amounts and their competitive versus recreation structure.
Okay.
So we did not bring that to them because it hasn't really been board approved, and we are hoping that it's not gonna be that much of an impact, but we don't know that.
Yeah.
It would be less than there is at Northfield currently.
Yes.
That would be,
Yeah.
Can you say that again?
so the rate would be less than what they're paying at Northfield.
Okay.
And AYSO, we have been only doing one-year agreements with them because we've been waiting to see if there's gonna be any financial impact to the renovation of Corwin with like irrigation and water costs. So they are expecting an increase because we completely renovated that, and we have so far for the past 2 years not increased, other than their basic 3%.
Do any of these affiliates who provide programming for big chunks of kids, do any of them have alternate locations?
They all do.
I know, that's my concern. Do we risk losing them? Because that's a massive financial impact.
I think they need us. They're hungry for as much as they can get,
Yeah.
but they do play within the entire region.
Yeah, no, I know. Okay, I'm just curious. And then I am curious to see if any of the Winnetka resident participants have spoken up about any of this. 'Cause they've heard about it from our meetings.
I think a lot of the groups use the space with, AYSO uses Corwin specifically, so it's kind of their space. KWB obviously uses the baseball fields,
Yeah.
and that's their space here. Junior Trevians does have a large group. They do use a lot of space. It would be impactful.
Yeah. If they left, yeah.
Yeah.
Does anyone else have questions?
Questions and then specific feedback on elements of the policy. So I don't know if it makes sense. How to, like, do I need to motion each proposed change? Should I ask general questions first while you think about that? But I mean, I have a few changes. Some of them were incorporated in my questions that I sent ahead of time. So I'll ask a general question first and then you can figure out how you want to handle it. But have we received bylaws from these organizations as well?
Not today.
Okay, because I feel like the governance is so important. Like for Highland Park, I mean, in their annual meeting, they incorporate the bylaws, and I just feel like, you know, do they have bylaws? Does it seem like their boards are meeting? Are they reviewing, you know, their budget? Like, the bylaws kind of are an important component of that, and I just, so the fact that we haven't had them, even though that has been in our current policy, still is a little bit concerning. I guess they'll need them to get their Illinois 501c3, so perhaps then, you know, they'll be forthcoming. We'll see.
Just to clarify, there's no such thing as an Illinois 501c3. Illinois has non-for-profit corporations.
Yes.
And the IRS has tax-exempt organizations.
Yes.
One's state, one's federal.
But they need to submit their federal stuff, right, in their bylaws to the state to achieve that not-for-profit status for the state, or no?
No. The state, you can organize a non-for-profit corporation with the state and never apply for a tax-exempt status if you don't want to.
Okay, but why would you do that? Wouldn't you want the tax exempt?
You do, there is no prerequisite to apply
Okay,
for
okay.
a nonprofit corporation with the state of Illinois. So, they are, just, the state only cares about organizing and recognizing corporations.
So are we then in our language clear enough in organizational governance that our expectation is that they are a 501c3 as well as registered as a not-for-profit in Illinois? Because I would expect them to be both.
The policy right now only requires them to be nonprofit.
Okay, so
If they choose not to apply for tax exempt status and they pay taxes on the income they generate, so be it. Who cares?
I think we would want both for our affiliates. I mean, that's a fairly standard requirement.
It's a lot of paperwork. It's a
I think they
burden.
already all have it. I mean, like AYSO is a national organization and they have it. Trevians actually does have it and they file their tax returns. KWBA has it.
If you have your tax returns, don't you have that information? Because we're asking for their tax returns, right?
I know, I think we should say we want them to be nonprofit.
We do. We ask them to be a not-for-profit corporation recognized in the state.
So why would we not also want the federal recognition? Because I mean, I look at like New Trier's requirements. It seems unusual for them to not also need to be a 501c3.
It doesn't, for our purposes of determining whether or not they're providing recreational youth sports to the community and providing us all of the other documents, I don't know what it helps or hurts, because we are already requiring them to be a not-for-profit corporation in the state.
So they're needing to file a 990, and in
Yes.
order to file a 990, they need to be a 501c3, correct?
In order to be required to file a 990, you have to be a tax exempt organization.
Okay.
There are other requirements in the policy for them to turn over their financial records to the park district. And so we thought it was more directly relevant to have them just turn over their financial reports to us than to have them pay an accountant to complete a 990 in terms of what we're looking at. Like, we want to see if they're taking advantage of the discounts we're giving them, right? We want to make sure that they're serving residents. I don't know what incremental benefit the park district receives if we're already receiving their financial reports simply because they're recognized as a tax exempt organization.
So will we, for like AYSO, which is a regional chapter of a national nonprofit, will we be receiving their regional financials then?
It says that they provide the district an annual budget approved by their governing body.
Like, I don't actually understand how they're organized, like at the local, you know, as an example, how they're organized at the local level, but I guess we'll find out, like, through the discussions we'll have with them.
And I would also mention that this is also policy, not the agreement that they would do. If there's something more specific that we need to require from them to clarify more on policy that's specific to a particular organization based on their national versus regional versus down the street type of organization, that can be clarified in the agreement. Policy is a little bit different because it's policy, it's not the actual agreement of the organization. So we follow policy by the agreement, but it is not everything, just like how Elisa mentioned in regards to the insurance things that would be in the agreement that are not in the policy, because the policy is that we require them to have insurance that lists us as blah, 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 blah. But the agreement in itself would have those details.
Okay. So, under organizational governance, I mean, it seemed to me like we need some kind of dates for when they need to provide this information by, you know, like, 6 months would be at the end of their fiscal year or something, because I feel like without some direction, unless you're planning to cover that in the contract, I mean, like, nonprofits file extensions on extensions for, tax filings or,
I would be hesitant to put specific dates in a policy, because any time that we would have to change that because it's not feasible or it doesn't work or their filing deadline is whatever, then we would have to change the policy.
so it would be in their agreement?
Yes.
Okay. Then under the participation, I think we really need to get the list of, under number 3, the affiliate shall provide annually a list of organization officers and registrants from the previous year. I really feel like we need to get that information, at the period that they no longer issue refunds or, within a week of the first scheduled game per season, Because if we have annually, how does it work if a family does fall and spring? Is that 2 registrations that are resident or just 1? Or if we need to re-rate their rates a year later because they were in the incorrect category, that seems very difficult. And they have the information, to build their rosters, they have the information. So why would we not just get it when it's fresh?
My thought with that is that would be extremely difficult for our staff to monitor and for the affiliates to comply with if they are trying to go through their registrations, knowing what fields that they have to utilize for each season, and then getting the park district all of the documentation on all of the participants, and then the park district having to review all of those residency statuses and still get back to the affiliate in a timely manner to reserve their fields before season starts is not feasible. It is something that I've worked with before, and is there a perfect system for getting that residency information for that exact season that is happening right now at this point in time? It is very difficult to do that. The best way to do it and the most fair for both organizations, so we can have as consolidated as information as possible, because you're right, there are different seasons, and they might have a season where they're 50% and they might have a season where they're 51%. So changing their rates in the middle of a season where they've already reserved fields is not fair to our staff or any organization to be able to budget most appropriately. If we're able to get that information from the past year, their year that is already completed, then the organization can also budget appropriately for themselves in their own organization, since we're requiring their budget and we're requiring their financial information, that they're able to budget appropriately on their side so they know what they're able to do, rather than not knowing one way or the other.
So you're not envisioning back charge, you're not envisioning going back and being like, oh, you didn't hit your residency numbers, we're gonna charge you the differential for the several thousand field hours that you rented.
What I would envision, it would be based on the upcoming year. So if they have their numbers for 2024, which is how we're doing it now, even though we don't have a lot of that information right now, but if we have the numbers from 2024, that would be their 2025 year. Once we have their participant data for 2025, that would apply to their 2026 year, and so on and so forth.
So is your unit registrations or families or participants or?
It would be participant. We were asking for participant information,
Okay.
so it wouldn't be by family, it would be
So
by
it would be
participant.
two, if you registered for fall and spring and you were resident, it
That's
would
two
count as 2.
participants.
Okay. Under the tiered rental rates, I think we need to be much more specific about describing the rates, because it looks like from the numbers, if I'm understanding this correctly, that they're getting a 50% discount off of the residence rate, and then a 30% discount off the residence rate?
That's correct.
Okay, but then if they're less than 30% and they're getting no discount, I certainly wouldn't want an entirely non-resident group to just be paying the resident rate. I would want to be charging them the non-resident rate.
So they would not be an affiliate at that point, and it would not, none of this would apply. This policy would not apply to anybody that's under 30%. It's added in there to indicate that anybody that is less than 30% does not qualify as an affiliate.
Okay, I just think the 50% off or no discount, it's a different number, because it's not clear like what rate is applied. in that chart. So it's a 50% discount off of the resident rate for tier 1, 30% off for tier 2.
You guys use the term rack rate, right?
And I think the fee structure is coming later tonight, where you'll see the
It's the next
resident.
agenda item.
the
No, I know
resident
that, but
rate, non-resident.
it's not clear in the policy, like which fee structure is applying.
Yeah, no, I get that.
Okay.
Our thought on that is because their Winnetka Park District residency is over 51%. It was, and that, you know, me in my park district mind, it was clear to me that that meant that they were residents. But if that's something that needs to be
I feel like it needs.
clarified further.
The word residency is on these tables a lot, but I don't think it necessarily implies that that's the resident dollar amount. We're talking about residency percentages and the rental rate depending on the percentage of residents, but it's a percentage of the full, the largest rate we can possibly charge.
No, but I don't think it is. I think that's 50% off the resident rate
Is there a
from the
difference?
chart. Yeah, no, there's a big difference.
There's a resident rate and a non-resident.
So this is a 50%, so the resident rate, when we, you know, it's like for the grass fields, it's non-resident $70 and resident $50.
So would you like to see in this table 50% off the resident rate?
Yes.
Okay. and
Or
you'd
that
like to
seems very,
And you'd like to see that where it says 30%, and now it already says no discount, not qualified as affiliate, because that was just
Yes.
added.
Or the heading can say discount from residency rate. So it applies to the whole column.
I'd leave it in the individual ones, because then that last column, that wouldn't matter if it's resident or non-resident.
Right,
It wouldn't apply.
because they're not affiliates.
No, I understand.
So do affiliates get the resident rate and non-affiliates don't?
Unless they're
I mean, I
resident.
agree.
affiliates get 50% off the resident rate.
Sure, sure. But then
There
no
are two
discount
tiers
line.
of affiliates.
Yes, one gets 50% and one gets 30% off of the resident rate.
And is the no discount line
That's a
resident rate?
No, it's not.
No, it's
because you're not an
non-resident.
affiliate.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
That's
why,
why
I get your point, yeah.
that's why
Yeah.
I think it's a little
Yeah.
confusing.
So-
It is, I agree.
On the column for discount in both of those tables, after the 50% off, the 30% off, the 5% off, and the 3% off, I will add off resident rate.
Yes, I think that will,
Okay.
Does it make sense to even have a tier 3 because they're not affiliates anymore?
it might not.
It was more of a verification that you're not qualified, because this is policy.
Like you can still use the fields, right?
We're not saying that you can't use the
Right.
fields if you're not an
You just gotta
affiliate.
pay the full rate.
Yes.
And your priority is,
And you don't have.
you're at the back of the
priority.
line.
Yeah.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Okay, so I'll make a motion to modify the residency-based tiered rental rates to clarify the discount structure.
Do we want to go through any other comments first? Because I had those other amendments.
Okay,
So if we're able to come to anything on anything else,
Go right.
then it can just be as amended and we don't have to go
Okay,
specific.
okay.
Specific.
that's fine.
Because I'm noting those changes, as
Okay.
well as the ones that I've mentioned previously.
Okay, and then under communication, I had added as well as current governing documents that we had talked about. I don't know if people are on board with that or not, but
Where, can you say that again, what you're talking about?
it's page 103, and the section is after sponsorship, so it's residency-based tiered rental rates, then sponsorship, then in communication.
I've got
At
that.
the end of number 2, as well as current governing documents.
You want that to be provided to the board annually in their meeting?
Yes.
Yes.
I mean,
Otherwise addressed under organization and governance under item 4.
I do want to be mindful that these are volunteer-run organizations, and in my view, they play an enormous role in the health and well-being of our youth. And so I don't want to make things overly onerous. If we have one place to ask for it, I don't want to keep on asking for it.
My concern is that they have their I mean, for the hockey club, you can find them online. So
they would already be
KWBA, I expect
providing
they'll just have
them.
them.
They would already be providing them to staff.
What if they modify them?
Then they would provide them to staff.
Would they? Like, what if they?
I mean, if they want to maintain their affiliate status. I mean, are we going to monitor their updates when they change their grammar to fix something in their bylaws? I would say that would be a no from staff's perspective, but I believe that these organizations do have the best interest of their participants and their users in mind as they're providing these services to the community. And if there is something that is a concern by anyone, then they should be providing those additional documentation. And all of this says that we can request that documentation, but having that information in their annual requirement, I would not want one of the affiliates to feel like their affiliate status is in danger because their new volunteer president forgot to add their bylaws to their meeting in front of the park board.
I would be concerned that if they're operating without them at a relationship with another government entity able to show their nonprofit status, and that they have good governance, like the board presidents rotate, they have conflict of interest policies, they have regular budgets prepared. I mean, like, I think it's a concern to not have those. I can tell you that Glenview has a checklist and they need to re-provide them each year. And then Highland Park, they have their affiliates come, they present their bylaws again. They have a little community band and they include the bylaws in the Park District packet. I mean, I think it is like one of our checks to make sure that we're dealing with entities that have good governance and that they have.
So we are requiring them to provide them.
But they could provide them and then change. They could say, oh, we used to have a board of 20 people and now we've reduced it to 3, and those 3 include, 2 paid people and one, like, to me, that would be a governance issue that we might want to know about.
I don't think you can micromanage these agencies. I just don't think you can. I think at the time that you sign these affiliate agreements, you make sure that you've got the documentation, and then the next time you turn around and sign them, you monitor them again. I don't think they're not in the business of reporting. They're in the business of providing recreation, and they're huge partners for us.
Considering that we don't have them, considering we don't have them at all now.
Yeah, I mean,
they have not been micromanaged.
Yeah, no, but I mean, I think you can make that a condition of the affiliate agreement. You'll get them, and then the next time they renew the affiliate agreement, we'll get them again.
So that's a good point, because this also didn't prescribe any timelines for the affiliate renewals. So, like, Glenview requires they sign 3-year agreements, and then they require these documents to be provided annually. We have signed affiliate agreements with very long terms with auto renewal with no checkpoints.
There's no question that what has been done in the past is not sufficiently standardized or that the information has been appropriately collected. So we just need to look forward now on this.
Getting the bylaws would be a good first step.
That will be a requirement under the agreement is what I'm hearing.
It's also in the policy as a requirement for them to provide as a part of their
So what renewals, like, what check will we have in the future? Like, you provide it once and then you can convert to, some other form.
I mean, unless we're signing agreements that are 100 years, which I don't think we are, we will get the information when they renew their agreements.
Which will be every year, every 3 years, auto renew for two beyond, like, I mean, that's been, in my mind, that those extended agreements have been a problem
Yeah.
because they have allowed this to grow and become a bigger issue. And so,
I'm not sure if the board is aware of the difference in the agreements that have come under my stead in comparison to some of older agreements. But it has been very much my goal to make sure that we are following all legal processes when it comes to any agreements and automatic renewals, options for renewal, those types of things. And it'll ultimately be up to the board when those agreements come to the board for signature to determine the terms of those agreements.
okay.
I mean, typically when you have an affiliate, it might be 1 year with 2 or 3 one-year options to renew. And then of course, I don't want to get into like specific terms of an agreement, but there are usually provisions for if you do want to have a 1-year option or 2-year option, then there may be an automatic renewal based on the information you get. There is information in the policy that talks to things that we would require annually. But again, this is the base policy document. The board would still have to approve agreements.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to call the question. Let's take a vote.
Yeah.
If you made a motion, you need a second.
Oh, yeah, I'll second that. Does anybody else want to vote on this?
Did anybody else have any other comments?
I think we've gone around, yeah. Does anyone else have comments or questions?
I do not.
No? No? I need a second. I second it. Can I second it? Okay.
So is the motion to accept the policy with the changes enumerated by Director Nizal
Correct, yes. As amended.
as amended?
And then the one comment that,
Cynthia made.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we mean by as amended. So it's all the
Yeah.
things that, yes.
sure.
Yeah. Yes. Can we have a roll call then?
Okay, Commissioner Koto,
Yes.
Commissioner Corley,
Yes.
Commissioner Rapp,
Yes.
Commissioner Root.
Yes.
Commissioner Tyson,
Yes.
Commissioner Gibson.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, thank you. We're now going to move on. This is still, Elisa, this is still you.
Don't be comfortable.
Don't get off that easy.
Sequel.
Okay, let's do this.
We are going to discuss the fiscal year 2026 fee schedule.
So each year, our staff, during the budget process, do some benchmarking and plan for their fees for the fiscal year. Those fees then get put into our fancy workshop, our worksheets, and that's how we create our budget. It has maybe been a few years or never since these have been actually presented to the board. So we are presenting them to the board as part of the pre-budget process. So again, we're looking for direction on our fees so we can finalize our budget to present to you in a couple months or so. They are broken down by department, and we included our proposed fees and what our current 2025 fees are. Golf is here. They can speak on behalf of any specific updates or questions regarding golf. And then I do have some representation from my team here as well. questions, do we want to go by department? Do we just want to go if anyone has any questions? Or if there are no questions, we're good.
I have no questions. I have one comment for golf, but no questions. Commissioner Rapp?
I just had a comment on the athletic field fees, because all of the organizations that we have as affiliates are also Group A under New Trier, and just for reference, the field rental rate for New Trier for turf is $50 and that's their affiliate rate. So we are offering the equivalent field space, you know, at Little Duke for like 20, right? 25 is the proposed rate for the affiliates? Okay, so just, you know, I just think it's good to have some awareness of that. And that would be their second option for athletic field. And I'm sure that they max us out first because we're half the price, but I think it's good to have some awareness on that.
Okay. Do you want to hear my comment for golf? You've waited patiently. Just my philosophy for pricing for golf should be definitely, we should price at least for break even. Because I think that the golf business can break even, pay for itself, attempt to accumulate some reserves. It's a weather-driven business. It's a great business. We've got a great course. Do not shortchange yourself in the landscape analysis that you provided against other courses. To me, we look low. That's my comment. Commissioner Root?
I feel very sorry for golf here, and so I just had a question on lakefront fees, which I'm happy to hold until golf has their opportunity.
It's been long.
They're looking a little tired.
All right. Does anyone
They've
else?
been here before.
Yeah. Does anyone else have comments regarding golf fees? No? Okay. Yep. Thank you. All right. You said lakefront? Okay.
And I'm looking at my phone. I had hoped you'd put these up on the screen, but I was questioning lakefront fees, particularly for Lloyd, look like they've really increased, and so I wondered. The proposal has increased, so I wondered if you might share your reasoning behind this.
We are not proposing any fee increases for lakefront.
Yeah, I don't see it.
Okay, I misread this. Okay, thank you. You've answered the question. Thank you very much.
All right, does anyone else have any questions regarding the fee schedule that's been proposed for 2026? No? All right. May I have a motion to adopt the fiscal year 2026 fee schedule as presented? So moved.
Second.
Okay. May we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Corley,
Yes.
Commissioner Rapp,
Yes.
Commissioner Root,
Yes.
Commissioner Tyson,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodo,
Yes.
Commissioner Gibson.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you for all your hard work. The landscape analysis is really helpful. It's fascinating. Competitive pricing, it's fascinating. Thank you. I don't know if you're ready yet, Beth, but. It's on to you.
Ready
All
or
right,
not.
let me just say, we're moving on to 6.2, fiscal year 2026 compensation adjustment.
One more time. There you go.
Okay. So good evening, Commissioners. Tonight I'll be presenting the 2026 compensation adjustment proposal, which includes a 6% cost of living adjustment and 3% merit pool for full-time employees. I'll review our compensation philosophy, what we've done since the 2023 salary study, and how we compare to other local governments and the fiscal impact of this proposal. In 2023, we completed a market study with GovHR. Following GovHR's recommendations, the board approved an open range merit plan and set our market target at the 60th percentile to recruit, reward, retain motivated, high-performing employees. You can find this recommendation in the final report from GovHR on page 15, section C. An open range means each job has a minimum and maximum, and there's no set steps as you work through the range. Employees move through the range based on annual satisfactory performance. The percentage is set by the board and implemented by supervisors and administration. The open range merit plan also allows maximum flexibility for the district relative to recruiting and funding, as employees can be hired within the range, and increases provided annually for meritorious performance can fluctuate based on available funding. This structure motivates higher performers, and it allows supervisors to reward high-performing individuals above a fixed increment. So the peer philosophy that informed our 60th percentile was Glenview Park District is at the 60th percentile, Park District of Highland Park is at the 75th percentile, NSSRA is at the 65th percentile, and Wilmette is at the 70th percentile. So based on close similar organizations, the recommendation was that yes, if we want to recruit and retain, that we should also be at the 60th percentile. So GovHR also advised that the pay scale have an annual percentage increase, and it may include an across-the-board increase to employees separate from merit. This can be found in the final report on page 19, section E. So what's been implemented so far? Since the study, which the recommendations were implemented in September of 2023, we provided a 4% merit, no COLA, and no range adjustment in both 2024 and 2025. And as a result, our ranges remained flat while the market moved. Performance was rewarded, but scale competitiveness slipped. So inflation has reduced real wages since 2023. So on benefits, our insurance premiums rose 5.23% in 2025, and our brokers are projecting a 15 to 20% increase in 2026. This is a projection. They base it on what similarly sized organizations at this time of their renewal are seeing. It also depends on each individual's utilization of the plan. We won't have a renewal from Blue Cross Blue Shield until mid to end October. Merit rewards performance, but without COLA adjusting both salaries and ranges, purchasing power and market alignment erodes. Employees effectively take home less in real terms even when performing well. Sorry for the very tiny print. So I surveyed local park districts and villages that we compared to ourselves in the original 2023 salary study. Some didn't respond. They're not included in the summary here. I requested information on whether they made scale adjustments, gave an across-the-board increase, and merits, and what percentages were affiliated with each of those components. Responses varied. So compensation can be done in many different ways. So many provided a COLA as a scale adjustment only,
while others provided an across-the-board increase with a scale adjustment. And one park district offered a partial across-the-board increase with their scale adjustment. So in the very tiny print, if you look at Skokie Park District, in 2024, their COLA was 22.6%. They also gave a 2% with that. So they shifted the scale, 2.6, gave 2%, and a merit increase. And they did a similar in 2005. So merit practices range from a flat percent for all to performance-based merit, some with a set percentage, some with, we have a pool of money, and we work with that dollar amount to give out merit increases. So key point, agencies, even those targeting the 50th percentile, moved their scales in 2024 and 2025. That movement now places pay near or above our current wages. So Glencoe Park District recently conducted an MGT, formerly HR Gov, study that placed them at the 50th percentile. In comparing their new scale, proposed scale, and our scale, Winnebago's grades 2, 5, 6, 7, and 9 are now below their corresponding scale. And our grades 1, 3, 4, and 10 are within like 1,000 to 3,000 at that minimum. So COLA keeps our salary ranges aligned with market and helps maintain our 60th percentile. Without shifting the scale and salaries within the scale, internal compression grows. So new hires come in and they're near seasoned incumbents, narrowing that differential between new and experienced. Merit alone can't preserve market alignment. It rewards performance, but it doesn't move people in the scale. As much as when you're shifting the scale and then not moving them also in the scale, merit, so it contributes to that pay compression. How employees salary at the 60th, how employees stay at the 60th percentile is by providing an annual shift of the ranges in line with market movement, provide an across-the-board increase in alignment with scale adjustment, and providing merit, which differentiates performance within the updated ranges. If we skip COLA again, and adjusting the ranges, we fall further below the 60th percentile despite the board's adopted philosophy. Recruitment and retention suffer. High performers are the most likely to leave. Compression and inequities increase, hurting morale. Rising benefit costs further erode take-home value, worsening competitiveness, and ultimately turnover costs, which include vacancies, onboarding, training, and disengagement of staff. All of those increase. To realign with peers who moved 2 to 4% in both 2024 and 2025, and to make up for no adjustment in 2024-2025 for us, we propose for 2026 a 6% COLA adjusting employee pay and salary ranges. A draft of the adjusted scale was provided in the packet. A 3% merit pool, which maintains our performance-based differentiation. Implementation approach would provide an across-the-board increase and shift the scale concurrently. Why not just adjust the scale and not adjust pay? Although with a 6% pay scale increase without adjusting pay giving an across-the-board increase, employees' overall pay falls within the adjusted range. Not adjusting salaries within the scale would push range minimums up while leaving incumbents behind, worsening compression, and either forcing a series of equity fixes or experiencing turnover. So adjusting both preserves differentiation and fairness. So the fiscal impact for full-time salaries only, the total increase between 2025 to 2026 was $2,888,751.25. The COLA portion was $155,930.16. The merit portion was $77,965.08. Keep in mind, these exclude overtime, holiday pay, KPIs, employee commitment appreciation awards, length of service awards, gas and car allowance, and IMRF. The IMRF impact would be $45,484. And keep in mind, this does include part-time staff, overtime, holiday pay, award analysis, and IMRF is instituting a 1.02% increase for us next year.
Do you have a slide for that?
The dollar amounts are in the memo.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
So as recommended from the previous study, we plan to conduct another market study in 2027 to validate our market position and ranges. The 2026 COLA and merit serve as a necessary bridge to keep us competitive and aligned with our 60th percentile philosophy until the new market measurement. And to summarize, the 2023 GovHR study set an open range merit plan and a 60th percentile target with annual range movement recommended. We granted 4% merit in 2024 and 2025, but no COLA and no range movement. Inflation and rising benefits costs have reduced purchasing power. A 6% COLA, scale, and pay, and a 3% merit pool in 2026 align with the market. It mitigates compression and supports recruitment and retention ahead of the 2027 market study. So I recommend we include an across-the-board increase, a merit pool increase in the 2026 budget, and adjust the scale accordingly. And I'm happy to provide additional details or more information.
Commissioners, what I would clarify too is this is another one of those items that would be further reviewed and approved in the actual budget process. This is for informational purposes to collect feedback and see if there's anything that we need to do from the adjustment perspective of inputting those dollar amounts into the 2026 budget.
Commissioner Tyson, Commissioner Tyson?
So remind me, and you may have already said this, in 2023, when the analysis was done and we said we needed to realign because we chose the 60th percentile, what did we do at that point to get people who were below the 60th to the 60th?
So, well, technically in some areas we were below in the 50th percentile too. So, in choosing to go to the 60th percentile, there were people below. I want to say 5. Most people fell within the range, and the people who fell within the range didn't move. They got a merit. They had received a merit. They didn't move in the scale. Others were moved up to the minimum. Some, based on their position and then how closely they were to other people moved up, they were given an additional percentage. So I believe there were 3 of those people who got, 1 to 3% in addition to being moved up to the minimum.
I'm sure I'm oversimplifying things, but the end goal here is we want to make sure that we're competitive, people are paid, and that they want to stay, and they're rewarded. At the same time, I'm wondering, and I know this is oversimplifying it, do we just do a merit adjustment and then take a look at the people who fall outside the range and do the same thing, extras doesn't bring them up, versus doing a blanket COLA across the board?
So no one, so if we do a 6% shift in the schedule and don't give that 6%, or even a smaller amount of that, because that's an option, no one falls below. So you're there, and you're now closer to.
You're compressed.
Yes, and people are coming in with less experience and making close to what, if not the same as what you're making. That's why I'm asking, well, so also 18 years in government, 15 years before here, that was the practice we did. We shifted the whole scale up and we gave that corresponding shift, pay, and across the board pay, and then had a merit pool that people could qualify for. So that's what I was used to before coming here. And in the study, they do actually address that. It says you should shift the scale up, and you may give that as an equivalent, or give an across the board, I don't think they call it an across the board, but give an increase associated with shifting the scale. It doesn't recommend one way or the other that you do it. Yes.
I would just say that the COLA is a neutral. Everyone has experienced inflation. Everyone needs to be moved for the COLA. That's a neutral to me. The merit pool, I think, is how you reward and separate your top performers. And I just want to add that against the stellar results that we heard about our staff in the comprehensive master plan, I think both of these are necessary. And then I had one small question about what percentage of the insurance premium our employees pay.
They get the full percentage. So last
So they
year, everybody got we paid 5.23% more, staff paid 5.23% more.
Yeah, but they don't pay 100% of the premium.
Oh, no, so it's,
Yes.
yes, so it varies depending on your salary.
Okay.
Those of us who make more, we pay more of the premium.
Got it.
And so it's set up in
Got it.
banded pay tiers.
Got it, okay.
And so it ranges from tier 1, lowest paid band,
Bigger sum.
single,
Yeah.
they pay 10%. And then it incrementally goes up to family at tier 4 is 25%.
Okay. The national average is between 12 and 15. So that's also a little high.
Well, it's
Yeah.
banded, so there's
Yeah.
only one person who pays 25.
Yeah. I'm just saying, that's, the national average is between 12 and 15 for employee contributions to the premium.
But also keep in mind, most organizations don't do an equity
Right, adjustment, yeah.
based on
It's a
the amount of
the board
money.
decision for
Yeah.
employees, yeah. I don't know, I think it breaks my heart that this is so long overdue, that the adjustment, the inflation adjustment is so long overdue, because I do think that that's what people are definitely feeling. And then I think that the merit piece shows up in the comprehensive master plan results. That's my personal opinion.
Commissioner Rapp?
Okay. First, thank you, Beth, for pulling everything together on this. I'm sure that it was a lot of work. I am delighted to hear that everyone is in range with the new proposed bands. I have no problem changing the bands. I had asked about that last year, if we were changing the bands, because I had the sense that other districts were. To me, that says that our merit increase has worked, because we have exceeded inflation with our merit increase. Looking at the surveys of other park districts, I mean, the normal increase is 4% merit, and that is inclusive of the COLA and inflation. Like, whether districts break it out with a COLA increase or a merit increase, like the total percentage increase is 4%. So you can call it what you want.
Yeah.
But
if they're currently doing that every year, what we're doing here is 6% is catch up.
it's not catch up. We're in range. We're in we're in the 60th percentile. So, as I said, I have no problem adjusting the ranges. The other thing that we also do is pay the employee commitment bonuses, which are equivalent to 2.5% to 3.5% of salary each year, which we formalized as policy, which other districts are not doing at the level that we do. So, and that is not captured in the salary information. So I think that that is, you know, if we're saying, oh, we need COLA, I think we also need to take into account that people are getting some pretty hefty bonuses. I mean, and that's not showing up. That wasn't in our compensation study. That's like a non-standard special thing that the Winnetka Park District does. I think that we need to be mindful of that. The other piece that's not in here is what is the guidance on the levy, because we cannot be putting through salary increases at this level, you know, with the levy just going up with inflation. So, you know, I am sensitive to that. We also last year put through a couple additional special benefits. So the 457 match and then the retirement health care match, which other districts do not offer. And so, I mean, like, to me, when I look at it compared to other districts, I feel like our employees are pretty well taken care of. And this is not, like, I've not seen any other districts put through something like this at all. They have done what Jeff had suggested, was if you find that people are below the range, you adjust them. What I would be willing to consider, and I have seen this in a couple districts, is, you know, we have our 4% merit pool, if we think that's appropriate. I would say that Glencoe, usually the number is around 4% for districts. When districts have done really well with exceptional results, the boards have bumped it up to maybe 4.5%. So it's not like we're profit sharing. We're a government entity. We're in an ecosystem of other government entities. Everyone does benchmarking. Everyone produces the charts that Beth does. And if we go in with a 9% increase for 2026, that is going to be like not just a problem for us with our budget, but also like way outside of the realm of our ecosystem of park districts.
Right, but 3% of that is merit. 3%, it's not.
No, it's incremental. It's incremental. It's 6% plus 3%. It's a 9% increase overall.
It's, if you don't earn the merit pool, if you're not at the top of the merit pool, you're not getting through.
Everyone gets 4%, roughly,
No.
give or
That's
take.
Incorrect. Thank you.
No.
Thank you.
It is merit-based, it's performance-based, it's based on the results of your annual review.
So let's talk about that though, because most, I mean, like the range of increase, you know, like some people were 3, some people were a little higher, but it wasn't like there were people who were getting 0. Because then if they had been getting 0, we would need to do the adjustment to move them back into the band. So the fact that everyone is above the range suggests and indicates that they got at least 3% each year, or some mix that equals an average of 3% each year.
Well, or you were already well into the range.
Yes, you were higher.
Or you were, we have one employee who was above the range after we did the study, and he's kind of been redlined.
But with the range expands, he could get his merit.
He'll be at top of range then.
Okay, well, I mean, that's, you know.
There's a range to the ranges, right? Like each one of these levels has a range. So if I've worked to get raises and get to the top of my range, and then you wait for my higher pay in that range to erode over 2 years, that's not fair either, right? Like I'm not getting paid, you know, 50th percentile. I'm getting paid at the top of my pay grade because I'm performing at the top, and maybe I'm getting merit on top of that as well. So it's not fair for us to wait 2 years to allow me to degrade back to the bottom of my pay grade relative to inflation, right?
I think Beth's point about compression is also clear.
Right, because having a minimum, midpoint, maximum of a range, typically minimum means you're new, you're less experienced, you get to the midpoint, you're proficient, you know your job, and then you get closer to the end of the range and you are an expert. And ranges cap out, so you reach the top of your scale, which we have one person who is at that, and instead of increasing his hourly rate, which then keeps compounding each year, he received a merit bonus. So depending on where he fell in his annual review and what percentage was determined that he would get if he wasn't at top of scale, we gave that in an equivalent merit bonus
From the merit pool.
from the merit pool.
So I have a couple questions, and I am gonna display some ignorance on typical compensation systems and so forth, so I apologize. But when I look at this, I feel like I do need to have some understanding as to what the bonus system is here, for one. And for two, I would like to hear, because I thought Jeff was asking this question, and maybe he did, and maybe you even answered it, and I still wasn't bright enough to catch it, but when you, in 2023, brought some people back into range, how did you do that without having a compression issue that you're saying we'll have now?
No, there was a compression issue.
Okay.
Because you're bringing in people who, I don't want to say names, but
Right.
people who had many years of experience who are now at the bottom of the range. And this was what was recommended by GovHR. And they had very limited view on adjusting for equity. So their view, which is the board approved their entire report as is, was if you are in the range, you don't move unless, so say you have three people in the same role, and there was a differentiation before this pay study that said, you're underpaying everybody. And all three of those employees were brought up to the minimum. So someone who had been working here 10 years was now making the same amount of money as someone who was newer into the role at 2 years. We managed to do a little differentiation with the merit, but again, like it creates that internal pay compression that creates morale issues. So to answer your question, we brought everybody up to the minimum who was below it. I think there were 3 employees that fell into their guideline of, based on their position, you could give them 1 to 3%. And so they got 1 to 3% on top of. But that was only 3 employees out of everyone. Everybody else who was brought up to the minimum stayed at the minimum. And yes, to your point, 4% one year, 4% another year. And then we're asking to raise it 6%. That 8% keeps them in the new range, but at the lower end. And so regarding bonuses, so the enterprise funds get key performance indicators, and there's a structure depending on how they meet those key performance indicators determines the amount of money they get. So I think it ranges from $2,500 to $5,000. And then Cynthia mentioned the
Employee appreciation, Employee Commitment Appreciation Award.
Right. That was implemented before I got here.
It
It wasn't
COVID.
officially in the budget.
Yeah, it was
And
also a COVID retention bonus, basically. Yeah.
And last year, it was created into an official policy that full-time employees can get $2,500. 2,500. 2,500. Yeah. $2,500 or $4,000.
For leadership, right?
Mm-hmm. And then if you had a performance infraction, I don't remember how it's worded, you wouldn't, if you had that in that previous year, you wouldn't receive.
Eligible.
You wouldn't
Right,
be eligible
you
for
wouldn't,
that.
yeah, you wouldn't be eligible if you have any performance concerns. And I would say too that the executive director is not included in that, so the executive director does not get that, just to make that perfectly clear.
And then in relation to Cynthia's comment about the district's generous match for the retirement health fund and the 457 plan, that's $25 each if the employee enrolls. That was a, please help me encourage people to retire, save for retirement. That, as generous as it is, it's separate in that they don't benefit from that until retirement. That's not helping them today with inflation and the cost of living and life.
But is it not a benefit?
Oh, it is,
that
absolutely.
very few other park districts offer?
Correct. Villages
But
have
does
done
any
it,
other
but
park district offer it?
they don't, but again, to some of my arguments in the past is why can't we be better than some other park districts?
I would also argue this is a tough place to work.
Well, we're not talking about the commitment award. I think that's
Yeah, I know.
it's aligned with that. This is separate. This is
It's 5
you
to 10.
generously,
It's a tough place to work.
absolutely generously, not only contribute to our pension, but also contribute to 457 because the pension isn't enough for many people to retire on. And there were a number of staff that were not saving beyond the pension plan, and I just, even with education, I couldn't get them there. So your generous contribution did get me to, did get other people to enroll in it. Not 100%, still working on that, but we are further along in people saving for retirement.
Okay. Do we have any other questions from the board for Ms.
Daster.
I just can't say strongly enough that we are a government employer, and the increase normally is 4%. You can call it 3% COLA and 1% merit. You can call it 2% COLA and 1% merit. What I have seen some districts do, and I thought that this was good, is that they say, okay, we'll do our 4% merit pool, and then we can give the executive director a 1.5% contingency or a 1% contingency to use selectively as situations arise. I could get my head around that. I cannot get my head around a 6% across the board increase with all the benefits that we offer, knowing that we have employees who are in range for their pay grades. I just can't. So I think we will be like an outlier within our comparative agencies. I think that it is problematic to not account for the bonus. So if we want to switch to a 3% COLA adjustment in salaries, but scrap the employee commitment bonus, that would put us more in line with park districts as well. I think that if you add those bonus numbers to the salaries that people are getting, they move up pretty significantly in the ranges. They got those last year, they got them this year, they got them the year before. So that's where I am.
So to clarify, that doesn't move them in the range, because that's just an added, it doesn't add to their hourly rate that then compounds each year. That's what the merit.
It's a flat sum.
I would propose then that we make that a percentage and scrap the commitment bonus then, because it keeps us in line with our peer organizations. It solves the compression problem, and then we don't have this residual bonus that we can't properly account for in future compensation studies.
And keep in mind, you saw the various ways people manage the plan. There's not a one way fits all.
Well, and the concept of compensation includes days off, includes overtime includes, I mean, every single component of compensation includes the percentage of the premium that's subsidized or paid by employees or subsidized by the organization. So a comprehensive compensation study includes all of those benefits, soup to nuts. However, I think.
Well, I think
You know,
we paid
like-
for that study. Our study didn't.
No, ours
include
did
that.
not.
No.
No, but if you want to look at that, then you can.
Don't we offer also additional days off? As I recalled, we last year
2 new holidays.
gave
Yep.
2 new holidays.
They work every holiday.
I mean,
Ours
they do
every
work, you know,
holiday.
July 4th and so forth. The thing I'm just struggling with is I feel like I don't have a handle on all the different compensation modes, and so I am struggling with that. And that maybe I should have asked for more before the meeting, but I am struggling. Because I, you know, even sitting here, because I'm new to the board, I'm hearing about all these different bonuses and everything, and I can't get my head around what everything is there.
What would be really helpful is if you could somehow chart that so that we could see what the bottom line for compensation, and I'm including all of the bonuses, the retirement health. I know you've said that doesn't kick in until you retire, that may be, but other districts are not providing this. And so I'm going to have to go with comments that Commissioner Rapp gave. My concern is that we're already an outlier as being very generous. And when I look at Glenview and how they ended up here this past year, I mean, they were quoting, well, I'll read this. The Human Resources, SHRAM, Society for Human Resources Management, was projecting an average of 3.5 increase. World at Work was reporting an average of 3.8 with a mean of 4%, and the Conference Board found that a 3.9% pool was going to be the average for current salary increase. I then went back and I looked at the Bureau of Labor Statistics. The U.S. Employment Cost Index for this past year is 3.6%. So we're talking in the range of 4%. And I guess my question is, if you have compression, is there not an ability to give these individuals, if they have earned it, a promotion?
Not if you
Not if
don't
there's
have
no
a
position
promotion.
available.
Like, there has to be.
But you can create a position, can you not?
Not without extra funding for budget, which would be part of the budget
Well,
process.
that might be something that we could consider as part of the budget.
So
I would say that getting into the weeds on what positions exist and
How they're coded.
the way that those are coded and whether or not we need a lifeguard 1 or a lifeguard 2 or a lifeguard 52 and a half. It's not part of this conversation. And from my perspective, and our staff are amazing. They deserve every penny that they get through their compensation package, whether it's the bonus that they earn, which is not guaranteed, but it's earned, the merit that is earned because of their performance. If they don't, perform, or they have something that needs improvement, or they have a disciplinary matter, then they don't get those things. We are at a point where we have not adjusted the pay scale in 2 years. So those 3.5%, 3.8%, average of 4% is based on 1 year. We haven't done that for 2 years. So the proposal that was provided is probably even more on the conservative point to note that we do have a fiscal responsibility to this community to make sure we don't do it all in one foul swoop. And being able to look at what it means to keep our great and wonderful employees here and and not go to another park district because we want to keep our tenured, our high-performing staff in their positions. And as we have noted that there have been compression issues in the past that some are still in existence, probably not to the extent that they were previously, because there has been some work through the merit pool that we've had to get people closer together. But it's still a concern from that perspective. If you have an employee that has been with us for 20 years and they're making the same amount of somebody that has been here for 5 years, that's a concern that we want to make sure that we keep the people for a longer period of time so we have less turnover and that we have a happy and healthy workforce. And from the vein of what the percentage is, I would love for, because again, this is something that's going to be part of the budget process. So this is, for informational purposes, for us to gather more information and to see what we're putting in the budget that the board is eventually going to look into and approve, which includes all of those compensation information that are already in the budget. So the items like the award and the 457 and the retirement health and all of those things, those are already in the budget from this past year. So that is not a change in any budget increase. So the potential change in the budget are those dollar amounts that are in the memo specifically to those parts. And that is what's up for consideration. If there is a want or need to change current policies in place, ones that we just approved in the last year, that is by all means the purview of the board to do that. Do I recommend changing those that we just officially put into policy? That would not be my recommendation. But again, I am just the executive director and I do not have that power. That is up to the board as a whole. But know that our staff and our team, who are very good at what they do and they work very hard for this community, they deserve every penny that they have been provided.
And so you mentioning wanting to know what the overall cost is, I do have that based on 9%, 8%, 7%, 6% overall increase for including full-time staff, part-time staff, bonuses, overtime, IMRF, and holiday pay, because last year was this was the first year we introduced time and a half for holidays. We didn't have that before. So that also impacts the difference between this year and last year. And the way we budgeted for overtime was different last year. So, but the total, like if we did a 9% total, including full-time and part-time and the incentive pieces, would be $6,094,566.50. If it was 8%, it's $6,029,925. 7% is $5,999,286. 6% is $5,968,602. Keep in mind, these are budgeted amounts. So if we look at last year's budget versus actual, we didn't spend all that money. And same with this year, what we budgeted and where we are year to date, we're not going to spend all that money. It depends. How bad was the winter? How much overtime did we need for snow removal? How many last minute emergencies did we have that needed to be addressed that caused overtime? How many lifeguards called out for Lollapalooza? And so that week, the people who filled in worked more than 40 hours, so they did overtime. So we budget for the what if, but we haven't up to this point spent that. So yes, it is a large amount, but keep in mind, so in 2024, the budget for for just full-time staff, was 4,734,836. That's not a good one, but
It looked to me in '24, the budget was $6,024,803. In '25, it increased to $7,089,546.
oh, see, I was just doing salary, sorry.
Well,
But
I
with-
was
yeah, with
looking at wages
everything.
and salaries.
Was
So
6
it
million?
seems like every year we've gone up about $1 million. And now we're going to potentially add new staff, additional positions. And you know, we as government officials, we also have a fiduciary duty to our taxpayer. And so it's a juggling act. We think staff is amazing, or I shouldn't say we. I think staff's amazing. I think you work very hard. I also think that very few in the private sector, no one has pensions anymore. You have pensions.
People have a completely different compensation scheme. in
They
the
may or
private
they
sector.
may not, depending
Completely different
on what
compensation
their professions
scheme.
and.
Cannot compare them.
And no, but a pension is worth a great deal these days.
It is, it's a component of their compensation.
You laugh about it,
Higher
but it
private
is.
sector compensation is a completely different animal. These are apples and oranges.
So I don't think that this conversation relates at all to any of us not appreciating staff, because we do. I mean, I would like to say that we have to educate ourselves and really understand not just what's being proposed, but the impacts and so forth. I do want to know, I want to ask, first of all, I'm assuming that this 6% increase is intended to be a one-time increase, like 1 year, or is this, do you intend this to?
yeah, no.
Okay, so I will note that some of these jurisdictions here did a percentage increase in 2024, and then again in 2025, that could easily equal a 6% increase. So even though you look on these lines and you're like, 6%, we're crazy, but you take a look and you can see that some of these jurisdictions have effectively done a 6% by doing 3% in 2024 and 3% in 2025.
And the 6% it's over 3 years, not 2, right? It's 24, 25, and 26.
Half of 24 to be fair.
Yeah.
Okay, but it's 3 increase increments. That's only 6%. Like if we were doing 3% a year, we would have raised it 3% in 24, 3% in 25.
4.
And again, 3% next year, right? Like if we were just doing regular
Elise, can you just refer to what you're
inflation.
what you're
No, I'm
looking at
I'm looking at the
specifically?
market trends, and so, for example,
Okay.
Buffalo Grove in 2024 had a 2.4% COLA adjustment, and they had a 4% merit adjustment.
So you
They
have to
adjusted
look at
their
the
scale, not
notes.
their
That
salary.
one, yeah, they only adjusted
They
the
only
scale. They
adjusted their
didn't
scale.
give a corresponding.
Oh, okay.
So-
So let me look at another one, because there were a few of them.
So,
Okay, so,
so City of Highland
so-
Park,
yeah, Northbrook did a COLA-only adjusted scale as well, okay. Highland Park, yes, they did COLA, merit in 2024, and then they did, COLA and merit in 2025. Of course, they do have that philosophy of 75 percentile. It's really hard to.
well, it's hard to compare yourself because you have different philosophies. Some are fine meeting the market, some are even fine lagging the market. Others want to lead the market. And then you can, you can give an across-the-board increase and not have it be performance-based. You can do that and do performance-based. You can just do performance-based. There's no one way to do compensation. It's based on what are your goals as an organization in terms of how you want to meet the needs of retaining and recruiting top talent.
Yeah. We have a couple choices.
Yeah.
If we need more information, we need more information. If we want to vote on this tonight, we can,
Right.
it's a recommendation to go into the budget this way.
Which can
We
be
still
further.
vote on it again when it comes up to us in front of the budget. Again, as Beth pointed out, we don't often use all of our salaries and wages budget item.
I would say too that as far as what is put in the budget, that it is again, a further review at that time. So there does not need to be any action to put one thing or another in the budget. We would still provide, unless there is specific direction of don't do this or do this. I mean, but there can always be that further conversation as we get to the budget time period for the board to further review at that time. But there is no required action to have staff put something in the staff recommended budget that the board's gonna further review. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay.
All right. So may I have a motion to direct staff to include the fiscal year 2026 compensation adjustment as recommended in the draft fiscal 26 budget for further review?
So moved.
Yep, sorry.
Kodo and Porter.
And can we do a roll call on that, please?
Commissioner Rath,
No.
Commissioner Root,
I'm gonna say no.
Commissioner Tyson,
Yes.
Commissioner Kodo,
Yes.
Commissioner Corley,
Yes.
and Commissioner Gibson.
Yes.
And the motion passes.
All right, we're moving on to 6.3, Policy Manual Update, Chapter 3. Shannon?
Okay, so for chapter 3 of the policy manual, so we are in our, going on to the next chapter as we have been going through the process of making updates to our policy manual. So as far as chapter 3, luckily it's a fairly short chapter with very few changes, so this should be pretty easy to go through. So 3.01, there are no recommended changes to that. So this is just for review, so we can make sure that we have that board review on record. 3.02, it's very minimal as far as the recommendation for changes, which are in what was provided to the board and in the packet, just in that first sentence. 3.03 in the declaration of controls, the main change here was that all of the individual parks were removed as an item of clarity, and because we have all of the parks named in chapter 1 in history, so having it into different areas where there could be more possibilities for clerical errors, yeah, there you go. It's late. So that's the major update there. As far as 3.04, this one, we did make some changes based on some accreditation requirements on having a policy on policies. So this is defining definition and revision of policies and procedures, so adding definitions of both policies and procedures and how we can go about in revising any of those. So that is again based on future accreditation and making sure we have that information in there. And then 3.05, the biggest differences in there are just indicating that we're a unit of local government and operate under Park District Code. Some of the other things that were taken out were just parts of law that were picked out that we already have to abide by law. So having it in there just as pieces and parts didn't make sense when we have to abide by the entire Park District Code. So I will answer any questions that you may have.
I have none. Commissioner Root?
Oh, I do. I was curious in 3.02 why suddenly we took out be enforced and we added the word guide. And I want to make sure that what we weren't trying to do is to say that policies are mere guidelines and that staff has discretion to accept it as a guideline, kind of like Pirates of the Caribbean, where the captain said, "Oh, we don't adhere to the pirate code; they're mere guidelines." And so I looked at 302, and then went back and I looked at, I think it's 304, where you define what is a policy and what is a procedure. And I see in 304 that you can have a policy that isn't a written policy, which I found somewhat disconcerting. And so I started looking at gold medal park districts like Gurney and Lake Bluff. And Gurney, I'm going to pass this around. Gurney has a very short, concise, but in my mind, very good definition of what a policy is and what a procedure is. And I wondered if we might consider that. They're shorter than ours. They set it out and they make it very clear that the policy has to be approved by the board and it's recorded in writing. So those were several of my concerns. And then I was curious, let's see, as to why we felt the need to add in 303, we added, regardless of whether the park district's possession is granted by deed, lease, license, or other agreement. I didn't know why that was even necessary. So maybe, I don't know who drafted this language. I don't know if it's council or staff, but why does that need to be stated?
I'd allow Adam to weigh in.
The Park District has custody and responsibility to maintain areas in the community that it does not own. We have intergovernmental agreements with some organizations, we have leases, we have licenses, and the policy direction that the board gives on managing those assets doesn't distinguish usually between whether our maintenance responsibility is based on ownership or lease or license. And so for the sake of clarifying that the direction and guidance provided by the policy manual applies universally, this was designed to clarify that.
Again, in 302, why did you change the language be enforced to guide? And am I wrong in thinking, guidelines are discretionary?
The word enforce to me is a penal type word. Like, it's something you would put in a code of conduct and you would say, we're enforcing the law against you, where policies are designed to provide guidance on how staff will operate on a day-to-day basis.
Well, perhaps we solve that with Gurney's definition of what a policy is and what a procedure is, because I think they do a very, very good job. And I would think that board policies should always be in writing.
The only reason that was added was because, frankly, every vote you make represents a policy choice, and we don't memorialize every vote you make into the policy manual. There are some policies that we need to memorialize in the policy manual so that it provides long-term guidance, and other times you're making discrete decisions, and those are policy choices also, but they aren't memorialized into the manual because they're just one-time policy choices.
But they're reflected in the formal record of the district.
Both of these use the word guide.
I saw that.
Gurney.
Yeah.
The thing that I like is that it's give direction to both the board and staff in the discharge of their duties, whereas the current language is less, the policy manual applies to commissioners as well as staff.
reality of it is that there are policies that the park district adheres to that are not in writing. I think that's the reality in the manual. In the manual.
I would point out that 3.04 doesn't say not all policies will be memorialized. It says not all policy decisions will be memorialized as a written policy. And so I would distinguish between policies and policy decisions.
I move to call the question. All right.
I haven't had a chance to speak.
Oh.
I have some serious concerns with 3.04. I know that we had some exchange on, for example, the athletic field policy and how we are renting fields that are not designated as athletic fields. My expectation is that, like, as staff are working, they are adhering to policy, and I don't feel like this, I feel like this language leaves a lot of wiggle room, and it makes everything a guideline and discretionary, and, for board, for staff, and I think that that's problematic. It's not, providing experiences taken within the general framework of the policy. It's, being consistent with the policies adopted by the boards. It's not, roughly, it's kind of similar, we can just, do whatever we want. You need to be in line with the policy, and this change does not say that.
I don't know what you're referring to. I don't know what you're referring to. What section are you talking about?
3.04.
So is it the second sentence that you have an objection to?
In the procedures,
Oh, okay. So it's the third paragraph.
yes.
Okay.
I mean, I have the same problem with not all policy decisions by the board will be memorialized as written policy, because many districts have a policy must be approved by the board and recorded in writing. So, and then the procedures, I don't think that the language is strong enough, saying that the procedures need to be consistent with the policies adopted by the board. And in fact, I've never even seen any procedure. Like, I was kind of curious to say, oh, it'd be interesting to see the procedures, but. The other thought that I had on this section is that many boards, and this was recommended to us by Peter Murphy, have a diagram that says this is what the responsibility of the executive director is, this is what the responsibility of the board is, and I think that that would be helpful for our board in identifying. So I know people are eager to move forward. I think that this, like, 3.01 is not a problem, 3.02, 3.03, but I think this section requires a little bit more thought.
Should we approve the sections that everybody's okay with?
Yes. Well, I think we have to decide if we're going to have a second motion that we will table 3.04.
I make a motion to have a second reading of 3.04 with some further revisions, and
Are we going to get any direction on what those revisions would be?
it should be in alignment with the Gurney policy as presented, and then I think that we should look at the Highland Park matrix for further consideration.
I'll second that motion.
Can we do a roll call vote? No, I know, I'm trying to think. We have a second reading and put it in conjunction with the Gurney
Park District Policy Manual, and then also give consideration to a matrix that defines the board and
Okay.
director responsibilities.
Okay,
Can you
so,
explain a little bit what that means, so I have clarification on what I'm actually supposed to do on that, because I'm not clear on what I need to do.
Do you have a handout?
I have one. Those of us who attended the session with Peter Murphy when he came had a copy of a sample. But basically, it's a topic responsibility. So amend the district policies is clearly a board responsibility. Amend the district, personnel policies as a board decision. Adjust the salary ranges as a board decision. Alter the fringe benefit package as a board decision. Create new positions as an executive director position or executive director decision. I mean, we don't need to include this in the policy, but I do think it's helpful to identify and probably would make us work more effectively as we are reviewing the policy manual. It was one of the recommendations in the documents by Peter Murphy. So approve the budget is a board decision. Set the direction of the various funds or total budget is both board and executive director.
okay,
So there's a list of these.
right, all right,
Can
so,
I add that those are listed in chapter 4 of the board policy manuals, and we're not there yet for
Is
revisions.
it chapter 4 in ours? I saw it in the comparable policy for others in this one. But if it's in chapter 4, then that's
Yeah,
fine.
we're working on it.
Okay, you're working on it. There you go. Okay, so I will amend my motion to consider the Gurnee Park District Policy Manual language for section 3.04.
okay,
So what I would say too, in looking at this Gurnee Park District Policy Manual, so this is just defining policies and procedures. It doesn't include anything about revisions. So am I removing our language in regards to revisions to be consistent with this? Because I don't think that meets our accreditation requirements.
While retaining the language of any policies may be changed or additions made thereto by majority vote. And that's in compliance with.
I think we just need to table it because that's too much that we
Right.
can't do it right now.
It's 10:30.
yeah, I think we should table it, and you should propose a motion for the September meeting on this.
But should we lock down the other section?
Yes, we're gonna lock down the other sections, yes.
Okay, so I would like to make a motion to table further discussion and a second reading on 3.04 for the September meeting.
Okay. All right,
We need to vote on that?
yes.
All right, Commissioner Root,
Yes.
Commissioner Tyson,
Yes.
Commissioner Kodo,
No.
Commissioner Corley,
Yes.
Commissioner Rapp,
Yes.
and Commissioner Gibson.
Yes, but I want to make clear it's not necessarily in connection with the Gurnee provision. Okay. All right. And then may I have a motion to approve the resolution 2025-08-28-01 as amended to adopt updates to Chapter 3 of the Board Policy Manual and acknowledging review of Board Policy Manual sections 3.01, 3.02, 3.03, and 3.05.
So moved.
Moved and seconded, Tyson and Kodo.
Thank you. Commissioner Tyson,
Yes.
confused here, I'm sorry. It's getting tired.
Yeah, there's getting-
Commissioner Kodo,
Yes.
Commissioner Corley,
Yes.
Commissioner Rapp,
Yes.
Commissioner Root.
Yes.
Commissioner Gibson.
Yes.
Sorry about that.
We're all there. All right, so we're moving on to 7, section 7, in the executive director's report.
As always, they are in your packet, and I'll answer any questions you have.
Any questions? All right.
President Gibson, can I make a quick stream update before commissioner comments?
Yes.
There was an issue with the broadcast early on in the meeting, so we shut that down, started a new broadcast, which began roughly at the start of NSSRA. It's been up, running with no issues. Shout out to Toby Ross, Kate Erickson, and Skylar Greenberg, who got a post out with a new link, so that was made accessible to everybody. And since it came back online, the broadcast has had no issues. It's also connected to our agenda and has been since it came first online, but I wanted to let everybody know.
Thank you. It's unfortunate that some people didn't see that presentation, because it was really good, but.
We got most of it.
Okay,
Yep.
good.
Yep.
All right. I'd like to move to commissioner comments, and I am going to be very firm about a 3-minute limit because I haven't done, and I've got like tired eyes in front of everyone here. So can we open this up to commissioner comments, please? Does anyone have comments they'd like to make?
Take a short comment. I would just encourage our board president to really consider the value of board committees. I, over the years, have had the opportunity to observe how board committees work with other boards, even in our own town, on matters of policy. And I do feel like having a format where policy can be discussed and debated amongst a smaller group during the day actually can deliver a lot of value. So I would encourage you to consider that further in either a committee of the whole format or a board committee, but I think that might be beneficial.
Okay. Duly noted. Do we have any other commissioner comments?
Just a quick shout out to staff. Thank you for preparing for the meeting. Thank you for attending the meeting. Thank you for all the work going into it and all you do.
Many thanks. All right, that concludes our meeting. Oh, pardon me, I'm sorry, I didn't see that.
I thought maybe we were going.
Oh, no,
around.
I'm sorry.
Okay. This is an extension of Jeff's. I just want to thank staff for a fabulous summer, for getting Elder-Centennial cleaned up, for getting the dog beach back open, for a wonderful fall catalog. I mean, it is awesome, and a lot of work went into that. Thank you so much. And for an incredible end of the summer luau with some of the best pork that my family has ever had. So thank you. That's the positive. Now for the what a miss. This afternoon, I got a recording of a meeting where 2 commissioners and staff met with IDNR and Corps. And I thought, what a shame, because we're trying to build community consensus here. And it would have been such a wonderful forum to have noticed a special board meeting and to have had all of us, so we were all on the same page, hearing the same thing, as well as members of our public that have been interested in this project for 5 years. Having sat on this board for 5 years, my impression of part of the problem that we have with this project is much of it occurred behind closed doors or an effort to have private meetings. And so whatever we can do moving forward to try to have study sessions and to include everyone in this community, I would highly recommend it. And I thank you for your time at this very late hour.
All right. May I have a motion to adjourn this meeting at 10:39?
So moved.
Second.
All right. We'll have an all in favor voice vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. No nays. All right.